Alright, guys, I'm here for real. Just getting some stuff lined up. Taking my time and just preparing. Pretty rusty. I haven't played in a tournament in like maybe not a month. Probably more like a couple weeks. Um, but regardless, that's still plenty of time to kind of, fall off, so to speak. I'm definitely going to need a little bit of an adjustment period here. But, hopefully I don't have too many issues. It should still be pretty feasible to take at least 3 games here. Maybe hoping for a tournament win is a little bit hopeful. And hopefully in the coming few weeks I'll have a little bit more time to be able to play in the tournaments that are going on every day. Who have we got? Corsair? Oh, okay. I've actually been spectating Corsair's games a lot recently. For the new player tournaments. Very, very curious to actually play them. I know they play a lot of Skaven. Skaven versus Khorne, pretty Khorne favored. Really not a bad matchup at all. It's you and I this round. Cool. Yeah, what's up, Bompy? Been a minute. Bleary Gaming incoming. Should have a pretty reasonably good time, though. I mean, the good thing is that, I've kind of hit, like, the crossover point, so to speak, of game knowledge to where, like, even if I haven't played in a while, I'm not so far out of the loop that I can't at least get in here and do reasonably well. Even if I'm not, like, top of the pack. Alright. What map are we on? I gotta go check those. Otsuchi Castle. That's a cool map. It's got lots of trees on it. So, if we were to end up playing Skaven on this map, I think we could have a pretty decent time. Doesn't show it here, but they're just like scattered all throughout this in the middle. There's water on this side where my cursor's at, if you can even see it. I think you should be able to now. Water out here where these like trees and the little rice paddies are. Lots of scattered forest clearing here. And then it's just open map on the other side. And it's got the 3 objectives through the middle of it. We need to do our picks and bans, so I'm gonna ban... Who am I ban? I'm gonna ban Beastman, yeah. Need to, actually do this. Okay, hold on. I forgot we're supposed to... Alright, I'm just waiting on him now. Everybody gets in here. We'll set our bands in, and then we'll do our blind picks. So he's banning my Ogre Kingdoms. I'm banning his Beastmen, and then I need to pick between Khorne and then also Beastman myself as to who exactly it is I'm going to be playing. Oh, he is banning. Okay. Well, I know who I'm playing. I'm going to be playing Khorne just to try and get them back under my belt. Alright, Khorne into Skaven isn't that scary. Can be. I just need to not mess this up, though, and I'll be alright. You've got really good Lord options as Khorne for the matchup. And what am I going to be bringing here? Some of these guys, absolute must. I'm gonna finagle y'all over. If it will let me. I don't know why it's not popping it up. Oh my god. Come on. There we go. I'll pop y'all over here for a bit. While I do my my army picks. I don't want to give up the secret sauce too early. Quite a bit of money left to work with. What do I need here? What do I need? I really need mass, actually. Don't need these guys. They'll be solid. Definitely a couple of thems. Couple of thems. What am I lacking, answers-wise? So I've got that. I'm pretty set. Am I set on infantry? I think that is actually what I need more of. Maybe I don't need to overcomplicate this. I can bring one of these. Do I like the look of this? Is this what it is I seek? Do I have the knowledge and the counters to be able to knock the Skaven's teeth out of whack here? I think I do. Maybe I don't want that unit though. I'm gonna mix another fun unit in. Oh yeah, and it's a good idea to not bring this specific unit that I'm thinking of here. So let's stick with what I got. I think it'll be pretty solid. Shouldn't have too many issues. We'll get it rolling. Well, ready, good luck, have fun, our opponent. I'll bring it back now. I got it set. We're just waiting on Corsair to finish up the build here. So it's fairly even against the Skaven right now. I mean, Skaven can definitely give Khorne a run for their money. Typically speaking, though, as long as you play this matchup cautiously and don't overextend early, it's not too difficult. Got lots of very strong options for the Skaven's like units and their roster as a whole. As a general rule of thumb, I think you've got a pretty big advantage here as Khorne. It may only be like a 60-40 matchup in Khorne's favor, but that's honestly pretty good. The game is very well balanced, so going into most matchups, I would say like a solid... I would say, again, for Khorne, probably 8 matchups or so are unfavorable. There's about another 8 that are even or slightly Khorne favored. And then, for example, against the Skaven, the other 8 matchups or so are pretty Khorne favored. Khorne is very well balanced. There's definitely factions who can get bullied by them really horribly. Generally speaking, though, lacking magic and, you know, being a little one-note in terms of what it is you're trying to do with your builds holds you back a little bit. So we're bringing a Soul Grinder. I actually find them to be pretty nice to use against the Raki. We got some Bloodletters for any Storm Vermin. Bloodletters are also very good against Plague Monks, believe it or not. Plague Monks can do reasonable damage to the Bloodletters, but they usually just win the head-up fight. And the physical resistance is usually enough to be able to survive Plague Monk bonus versus infantry. You can bring Chaos Warriors of Khorne, but they tend to be a little slow in this matchup and not do all that well. There's a lot of answers that the Skaven have for AP infantry as well. And Corsair, I know, likes to go weapon team heavy, which is something I'm going to have to be a little bit careful of. And we'll probably keep Skulltaker and the Soul Grinder back for a little bit before we send him in. Oh, is he not ready? I thought he was ready. He sent me the, sent me my messages back. Oh, okay, here we go. He's here. Get up on the point there. We've got a Mutant Rat Ogre, Poison Wind Globes, Warp Fire Thrower, the Teeth Breakers, who are going invisible now. They use their concealment bombs. Curious what else there might be. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's like 2 units that I don't see on the field somewhere. Keep on the other side of this hill. That's right, Master Assassin out here. Master Assassin will get bullied by Skull Taker really badly.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
I think we just need some units to peel the weapon teams. We've got our Flesh Hounds over here who can do some flanking if need be. We're going to pull them back to our main formation so they're not out of sight and out of mind, so to speak. I know the Teeth Breakers are on this side of the formation. Probably like creeping up right in front of me as we speak somewhere. Just needing to be gearing up here. The Skaven we don't need to run into.
Keep it from the foe.
In fact, we can kind of pull back here and see if we can bait them forward. We're saving up our supplies. We don't need to be blowing them all anytime soon. My opponent's going to get up on the number 1. I don't really have anything that I want to bring out to poke early. I thought about doing a Skull Cannon. It honestly would be pretty nice, but I do want to like just play around with Skull Reapers a little bit. So that's kind of why these guys are in here. Oh, how do these guys get... Oh! The Eshin magic being used here. Very sneaky. Now, my opponent's going to try and clear out now. Now that this unit is kind of retreating, I can actually throw it up in here. Alright, we dodge a little bit, and we're going to shut these guys down. My opponent's a little out of position for actually saving them. So, I think we're going to get the kill here. We might trade out the Flesh Hounds. Oh, damn. Okay. Yeah, that's sneaky. The Veil of Shadow is very tricky stuff, dude. I really like that. And just ignore that. My opponent is very advantaged at this point with the fact that he's killed. That poor little Flesh Hound is really sneaky. So let's get out a little bit more mobility. We'll get out a Blood Beast as well. We're going to start gearing up for any fight in the middle. My opponent is pushing the flank here. Those units are a little bit alone. Let's get out of actual range here. The really dangerous unit, the Teeth Breakers, have kind of moved up. Pull back, pull back. Let's get ready. I think we may actually want to go in a little bit here, just to keep the Skaven back a little bit. Yeah, let's get out. That's actually so disruptive, dude. Holy. Okay, we need to actually just move in so we don't get our units killed here. Because I think we've got enough units out, we can maybe outmuscle the Skaven. They're focusing a lot of firepower on Skull Taker, which is fine. He's pretty freaking tanky. The Soul Grinder would actually be a better target for the Skaven right now. Losing some of our mobility, but I think we can close this gap against the Skaven before they can really do anything too terrible to me. Get around this flank. Keep going up and around. We've got a good fight against his Lord, and we need the Soul Grinder going in now. We need to get off of the garbage. We need to shut down the weapon teams, and we'll be in a much better position here. No blobbing. No blobbing, guys. Stop blobbing. Alright, we'll just throw these Flesh Hounds back. They're attracting a lot of attention We've ground down his lord really early, which is really awful for the Skaven. I can bring up the Skull Reapers now. They'll be pretty nice as a late game attack tool, so to speak. We need to actually kill this guy. If we actually kill the Lord, there's not a lot my opponent's going to be able to do about it. We're going to use the Soul Grinder and these dudes here to kind of bully the Council Guard here, or the regular Storm Vermin. Alright, play called Catapult comes out. We've got Flesh Hounds here that we're going to use to rear charge there. Gear up, and yeah, there we go. Good job, Skull Taker, my boy. Oh, and my opponent's Mutant Rat Ogre is attacking my Soul Grinder. That is pretty annoying. Can we push my opponent all the way down here? I'd actually be able to. Fleshhounds are going to go support the Bloodletters that are out there. We'll kill this thing. My opponent's caster is just, you know, a little bit out in No Man's Land. Drag all these guys down. We're going to use our Marauders to push that artillery piece. And we've got the Poison Wind Globes on the edge of the map, basically. Having any kind of a value lead against the Skaven is pretty much a guaranteed victory because they're just so squishy when it comes to leadership. They just hate fighting from any kind of disadvantaged position. Okay, the Poison Wind Globes come out. They're gonna shut me down back here. That's okay. Keep fighting here, losing these guys. Storm Vermin did rally. So we're gonna lose that Marauder. Let's get these back to the points. Rally up here. Keep chasing the Rat Ogre off. We'll bring up a Forsaken for some more infantry. Try and pull these guys out. My opponent's doing a reasonably good job of poking. The Soul Grinder hasn't been super impactful up to this point. It's been okay. That Clan Rats. Skull Taker and the Soul Grinder are gonna get out of here. We actually got a route on the Rat Ogre here. We just need to slow down the Skaven building their forces back up. We'll win this game if we're patient. We don't need to do anything too fancy. We can just kill that Eshin Sorcerer with my Flesh Hounds. We'll get some more Furies up. So it's going pretty good. I mean, I think I was a little too cautious early, actually. Although it's a little hard to say, you know. Generally speaking, playing aggressive, just going in really hard against your opponent can be a bad idea. You can actually leave that guy. He's so far behind the main fight. He's not really going to be doing much of anything. Let's pull back. We just want to stay out of range of the Poison Wind Globe while our Furies go in. Now we can pull the trigger. Since the Furies are retreating, go right up the pipe onto the Poison Wind Globes here. Get out a Horseman. So weapon team's getting shut down pretty badly. We're actually going to drop a Sword of Corn here as the enemy piles in. We're going to just absolutely kill everything here. Rip. Oh my god, poor Skaven, dude. Oh man. Alright, the Teethbreakers have come back out. They're going to massacre these Furies, probably. Can push around the back, though. We'll get another Fury up in the sky and go right for that dude. Yeah, see, the Skaven are terror routing, and they're kind of ending up in a big blob here. which is really nice for me. So we can just keep running these dudes down. I completely forgot to use Bloody Onslaught at any point. Not that it really matters, I guess. Let's break up through here. Let's get going here. We'll use the Soul Grinder to push elsewhere. Need to get our attack orders in. Another Fury. Let's go. Fight the Warp Grinders, the Marauders, the Rattling Guns are dead already. The Rowing Horsemen can run these guys down. We'll use Skull Taker and everything to go push the Plague Claw.
I knew it. Unending glory is yours.
I'll save it. There's definitely some things I could have touched up on there, but that was pretty solidly done. In terms of an execution against the against a Skaven army. That did go pretty well. Master Assassin into Khorne is just not a good idea. If you think your opponent is going to go Valkia, I still don't even think he's going to be all that strong. The problem with this guy against Khorne is he doesn't have a lot of battlefield control. He's a little lackluster as well when it comes to the dueling potential. Like I said, unless it's Valkia, because he's got anti-infantry attacks, which is nice. It's not going to be enough to carry a game for you, though. Ikit is 9 times out of 10 the best option. Ikit on the Doom Wheel is actually kind of nasty, because he causes terror, and he can rout your Marauders pretty easily. Flensing Ruin is really strong for just, like, leeching the life off of big characters, like Skull Taker and the Soul Grinder would be very vulnerable. And I was trying to keep them together, mostly. The Veil of Shadows is really cool. It definitely had a couple of uses where it really shut down my pressure. The problem is it just can't be used everywhere all at once. So even in the areas where I was able to still push my units through, the Skaven units, especially their weapon teams, are just so fragile, dude. They just get wrecked by your Khornate forces. Trying to show off the Veil of Shadows. Where is he? There we go. Okay. It just makes a big vortex that locks stuff in place. Doesn't do any damage, and it lasts for 26 seconds, which is a really long time. It actually gives you a pretty good opportunity to really punish stuff that's caught up in the vortex. Does Skaven typically bring Plague Monks into this matchup? They don't always. They can be a good mix-up. Because Plague Monks actually wallop Khorne Marauders. And your Marauders in this matchup aren't really here to do damage. They're here to, like, kind of push and probe the backline and try and get around the flanks of positions. The Bloodletters are really meant for killing weapon teams, because they're quick enough to be able to catch most Skaven weapon teams. These guys, they have the same speed, but they lose some because of Scurry Away. That's kind of why the Bloodletters are here, and the Bloodletters are also a good counter to Storm Vermin, and then they can reasonably value trade into Plague Monks. It's not like an ideal fight for the Bloodletters, because they do lose a decent amount of HP in the one-on-one. But you win with your charge bonus, your magic attacks that circumvent Plague Monk physical resistance while you retain yours, and then you've got the bonus, which is solid enough to get over the stats that the Plague Monks bring to the table. Plus, these guys are 650 gold. Plague Monks do get folded up by Flesh Hounds, though. There's a lot of things that Skaven can do really well to shut down Khorne's aggression, with their spell casts, and also just having a really strong Lord in Ikit. But generally, you're always going to win the melee trades. Like, the infantry tab for Skaven gets annihilated by literally everything that you've got access to as Khorne. There's nothing here that's a threat. You've got an answer for everything, and a cheap answer as well. So, you don't have to worry about this too much, other than the Storm Vermin Halberds. They can be a little annoying. Eshin Triads get wrecked by Furies. Death Runners get wrecked by Flesh Hounds, both of which you'll have in this matchup. Rat Ogres are a little mediocre because they get beat by Flesh Hounds. As long as the Flesh Hounds get the charge off on the Rat Ogres, it's not a very even trade. Rat Ogres just have very bad leadership. Doom Flayers can be really annoying, but you've got Blood Beasts, who are a solid answer to those guys. Mutant Rat Ogres are very good at chasing down your lords and heroes, as well as any big monsters that you bring for terror. These guys can do some serious work. They're probably the scariest unit in this matchup, if I were to put money on it. Their leadership is what holds them back a little bit, though. It's really the weapon teams, like Poison Wind Globes and Natty Buboes, Avalanche Mortars as well. And I get, yeah, the Teeth Breakers are fairly threatening. This is where all the DPS for the Skaven is tied up in this matchup, and without it, they just don't do anything. Or what they do have, you can just bring out solid counters to and shut it down without too many issues. I'm talking to my opponent for a sec. I'm just talking to Corsair. He's asking about the, he was commenting on his build and his setup, which was solid. I like the weapon-heavy centric build. I actually do really think that Veil of Shadows is pretty decent. I honestly think, truth be told, it honestly might not be a bad idea to run Double Eshin Sorcerer with just Veil of Shadows on each of them. And then you can just, like, lock down multiple positions that are trying to dive your forces. And I would avoid the Master Assassin. Truth be told, the Gracier of Ruin on the Bell is probably the best Lord option. You've got Howling Warpgale to shut down Furies here. And you can also use Warp Lightning or the Dreaded 13th to punish your opponent. That would mean that you're kind of overlapping a little bit on rolls if you do want to bring the Eshin Sorcerers, but, you know, the spells are, like, cheap enough if you just go with the cheaper options, like Warp Lightning, like Howling Warpgale. I don't think it'd be too bad. You can use all of the casting you want, basically. None of these spells that you're bringing with this setup are all that expensive. Veil of Shadows isn't even that expensive upgraded. It's just 2 more Winds of Magic for an amazing additional contact effect. And you also get Musk of Fear. You get -4 leadership, and you lower melee attack by 12 against, you know, one of the most aggressive factions in the game. There's really no reason you should turn your nose up at this guy. And you, of course, get Unholy Claimer, which lowers vigor and raises leadership for your army, which is awesome. Both those in conjunction can be pretty huge for you. This lord is very vulnerable, though. You gotta be very careful. Has little to no fighting capability. Gets shredded by Corn Lords and characters, but is that really that different from all the other ones? At least here this guy's got, you know, 6,000 HP to work with. Plus crazy high leadership. 85 leadership for Skaven is higher than any of the other lords that you get your hands on. Everybody else is a coward in comparison. I forgot to report. Whoops. Thank you, Testman. Yeah, once again, getting a little too sucked up into talking about the post-batch breakdown. Forgetting to do the important part. No. Alright, round 2 coming up in just a second. We'll see who we get. Rust actually lost in game 1 there against who? Oh, Son of Heaven beat him. Wow, okay. Oishi beat Navigator. Charix beat Grom. Brindle. Nacho Fur has been somebody to watch out for. Has honestly been pretty damn good. Been playing in a lot of tournaments. Came right out swinging, dude. Damn. Won a new player tournament. When? Yeah, not even a month ago. Like 2 weeks ago. I've been doing amazing ever since, and only started playing, it looks like, back in March, like the end of March too, the 29th. He's actually got tournament wins, which is really impressive, dude. Hell yeah. Good stuff. Oh my god. We gotta play charts this game, so we'll see how that can go. Iconic password. Alright, let's announce our factions. Khorne, Beastmen, and Ogre Kingdoms. Oh, and what are his factions? Isn't there like an actual list here somewhere? Yeah. So Lizards, Tomb Kings, and Wood Elves. know who we're gonna ban. Truth be told. Let's get our picker going at the least. Cool. Alright. Is he in here? Yeah, we're in here. Who am I banning of the three? I've always had a problem against Tomb Kings. I don't know why they bedevil me so much. Lizards, I'm not that worried about. Wood Elves can be really tricky for the factions that I've picked as well, though. So I'm playing Beastmen. I think I'm the least afraid of playing Lizards. Sharks is like an elf main. I'll ban Wood Elves. So we ban Beastmen. Khorne into Lizards is honestly kind of a bad matchup. Ogre Kingdoms versus Tomb King is not terrible. Let's keep on the Blood God kick. Screw it. Alright, Khorne into Tomb Kings. See what Sharks brings there. Theoretically, it's pretty favorable right now. I don't know about that. Some say it's a good matchup. My experience with it is one of kind of abject terror and frustration. Where'd it go? Where'd our magic window end up at? Come back over here. I'll show you the Khorne versus Tomb Kings matchup. I mean, literally the most favorable one right now. So I don't know what I've been doing wrong in the past. Something horrendous though. Clearly, I've like insulted the imperishable one and his followers. Alright, we'll stick with this guy here. We'll bring this. I actually think Tomb Kings have a lot of clears for the Bloodwake Berserkers. I'm gonna try and leave those guys out, probably. We will see how that actually ends up working out in practicality, though. Maybe I don't need them. That'll be a good reserve force. Alright, we'll bring one. So we got that set. We'll need a couple of these for sure. Definitely some of these guys. A couple of you as well. 1,600 gold remaining. What's the play here? Another one of these. Nah, I don't think that's going to be all that useful. Okay, hold on. What are loads of these guys going to be able to do? Maybe this isn't a bad idea. I don't know, though. Oh, it could be a terrible decision. It's a lot of, that's a lot of one unit to be throwing out on the field. What are the answers to these guys? Think of quite a few off the top of my head, though, truthfully. Alright. We'll try to not, we'll not overload there. Dude, this sucks. I have no idea what to spend the rest of my money on. It's so indecisive right now. It's just eluding me what it is that I'm looking for. Alright. I'm as ready as I'll ever be, I guess. See if we've got the right kind of build for taking on Charix here. I just don't have a lot of experience against the Tomb Kings, truth be told. Yeah, I won't forget. I remember this time. I'll try attack speed. I'll try to slam. I don't know how it's gonna go, but we just need to be. We just need to play with some confidence here. Try to avoid making any truly horrendous mistakes. I do think the map is fairly favorable for us. Tomb Kings have just awful cap weight with their infantry. That's what lets them down 9 times out of 10. So if we can avoid just losing all of our chaff, we should be able to hold the points without too many issues. So yeah, we got some corn gores, of course. I mean, how can you not bring those guys? We've got some skull crushers actually. We've got our boy Skull Taker. And a Forsaken unit also to clear some stuff, and that is an itty-bitty little army that Charix has brought, so I have no freaking idea what it's going to be. Charix brings odd builds like that all the time, though. It's probably going to be some pretty big stuff. Only 20 units in total. I would honestly guess that it's going to be the Sphinx of Uskef, it's going to be, Sphinx of Uskef, Cetra on the Sphinx. two sepulchral stalkers and chosen of the gods, and then like some garbage infantry of some type, maybe. Just need to play it really carefully. We'll get up on the point, we'll cap this, and then we'll pull back into the trees. And we'll keep our really expensive stuff in the forest until it's time to do proper scraps over the objectives. Depending on what he has, we might be able to get aggressive early. We will see. No, go. Just go. Skeleton horse archers. I mean, I was right about some of this. It's Setra there. It's horse archers, though. Chosen of the gods. Necrotect on the chariot, actually, which is pretty gnarly. Stay away. I don't want to get these guys poked down. So we'll build up blood beasts. Do what we can here to try and avoid a ton of damage. This might actually be a build that we do want to get aggressive against early. Let's just try and dodge around and see if we can like waste a bunch of shots from the Chosen of the Gods here. We're gonna actually go pedal to the metal here. I'm gonna be super aggressive, I think. We'll just see where this gets us. There's no guarantee this works out okay. I'm gonna attack the mobility here. Let's just go, man. Let's just fucking go. Let's get some flesh hounds in here. Let's get the Corngors in there. Just get our infantry going in. It's gonna work out. This would be insane if it actually works out. But my Skull Crushers ain't doing too good, man. They're getting fucked up. What the hell's going on there? They seriously got bodied that bad? Are you for real? Oh my god, dude. That is kind of ridiculous. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know how I feel about that. That seems a little silly to me. We're trading evenly, though, which is nice. Maybe if we just keep the pressure up, it doesn't even matter. Let's get off of here. He's trying to pull me off the point. Look, Skulltaker's actually not bad at fighting characters. He can do pretty reasonable damage. He's getting double-teamed here. Need to get off of the big guy. We don't need all of this stuff fighting him. Need to get past here, and we still need to shut down the Chosen of the Gods. We cannot leave those to fire for any extended period of time, so let's get our Forsaken off. We'll get another Fury out. Oh, and our Skull Crushers rallied, actually. He might be coming for my back objective here. Send Furies out to do something about it. Skulltaker, why is he getting his ass kicked, man? Jeez. Some funky business going on. This is not how I was really envisioning this playing out. Getting aggressive early. It's really not been too favorable for me so far. A lot of these units just seem to be, like, defying my best efforts to kill them. I don't know what's going on with that. I could have sworn this would be a little bit more favorable for me. So he's gonna backcap me. We're just gonna keep going in, dude. Let's get in here. Let's lower the big boy here. Let's fight here. Need to push the Corngors in.
The enemy has captured
We
one
did
of your
kill the
victory
Chosen of the
points.
Gods, which
Take
is
it back.
frickin' great, dude. Super awesome for me. And we got the throwing axes here. Let's get Skulltaker the hell out of here. Oh no, the Chosen of the Gods are still alive? Are you fucking serious, dude? How? How is he keeping them alive? That's so impressive. It's crazy. Absolutely nuts, man. Run, Skulltaker. I have to throw our horsemen in here, or we might lose our boy here. Got Marauders. We're fucking getting on top of the Chosen of the Gods again. Just keep pushing. Let's try and curve this big boy, which we did not actually do, and now Skulltaker's getting punched in the face again. Just keep running. Can we grind all this stuff down? Just keep chasing these dudes into the sunset. No, don't crumble, you fool! Run! Oh, come on, man. You gotta be kidding me. Wow, he actually rallied and then died. Of course he did. Coward! Skulltaker, why? Oh, dude, come on. Okay, so I just couldn't catch his important stuff, and I don't think I'm gonna be able to last on the battlefield. The Sphinx and Cetra are just too healthy. Those are just too shopsy. The Chosen of the Gods just defied me endlessly. I don't know how the hell he kept him alive. I swear, dude, it feels sometimes like chasing mechanics in this game just don't work. It doesn't matter what you do. You just can't catch things. And I didn't have the, I don't know what happened with my Skull Crushers either. They just got folded up by chaff, it seemed. You just got insane value on everything. Oh, come on, dude. Seriously? I'm gonna have to go and watch this one back. This just felt bad. Can we even possibly win this? Because I've got nothing on the field at this point. Man, the Chosen of the Gods still have 9 models left. For real. We'll just concede. I'm just gonna be winding down the time otherwise. It ain't happening. You have to imagine the battle. That's fair. Skull Crusher's useless. Amazing performance by them, getting absolutely annihilated by the Sphinx of Uzkef pretty much alone, dude. And it felt like the Corngors just didn't do any damage either, which is another big problem. Fleshhounds were okay. Blood Beasts were much more effective. It was really just the Blood Crushers, or the Skull Crushers, that let me down here. They were so horrible. 600 value? Really? Are you kidding me? I should have just brought another Blood Beast in the start. Or one Blood Beast here. Then I've got 600 gold left over. Cut a Fury, get 2 Blood Beasts in the start. I just don't know, man. We'll go back to the drawing board. Feels bad. We just got dragged into our opponent's deployment zone, and we weren't able to outmuscle them back there, which isn't that surprising. I just really thought that I could kill the Chosen of the Gods with what I had available. I think I probably also needed to be better about not blobbing my forces. That, for sure, is something I needed to work on. Because I got the Corngors and the Forsaken overlapped a whole bunch, and they kind of fell off pretty hard when that was going on. Skulltaker was very expensive. It also seemed like he was having a pretty hard time grinding out a bunch of value. Maybe instead of Bloody Onslaught, I just bring the Slayer Sword instead. Revel in Slaughter is very useful. Slayer Sword makes him actually hit pretty hard. He was doing alright until he got isolated in the mid-game. And then he got pummeled, and there wasn't anything I could do about that. Maybe the Bloodweight Berserkers are just the way you have to go. Because Setcher can run over them, the Chosen of the Gods can shoot them. They're still reasonably fast. And they'll almost always be able to trade better than 600 value from the frickin' Skull Crushers. I mean, good grief, man. That's got to be one of the single most disappointing performances out of these guys I've ever seen. Again, Tomb Kings just ain't happening. I could have just held on the 2 objectives. I got stars in my eyes, and I decided I was gonna be a hero. Next time, I'm just gonna hold back, wait on the objectives. Chosen the Gods, I'll just let them shoot Marauders. Whatever. They want to do that all game, they're welcome to. And keeping the Skull Crushers back as a countercharge unit, I think, is a little bit more solid of an idea. Honestly, I don't know if I really changed the build up that much. I think just not going in quite as hard early next time will be how I take a win there. Because I think it was rushing Charics that got me in all that trouble, really. And if I don't rush, I think I'd be okay. Bloody Onslaught wasn't all that good. I'll bring the Slayer Sword next time. The Corngors got reasonable value. I just didn't feel like they were doing damage quickly enough. Maybe instead of the Furies, I'd do the Throwing Axe Horsemen. Doesn't seem like a bad idea. Front load infantry, I don't have a ton of mass, but I've got enough, I think, here to be able to stop my opponent from just absolutely annihilating me with Setcher early. As long as the Skull Crushers and the Marauder Horsemen are around. I think I just need to dodge ammo and shots from the Chosen of the Gods. Otherwise, I just give way too much opportunity for my opponent. And I need to bring out more of the Blood Beasts, because they were really strong. I got my value out of the one that I brought out onto the field. Having more would have been really nice. I still like the Forsaken. 1300, what do you need? Bring another throwing axe if I want. Maybe not, though. Maybe I just need to be more sparing. There's so many answers to Marauder Horsemen, though, now that I'm thinking about it. Maybe just a Minotaur would be better. I'll try something like this out next time. See how that goes. That's my adjustment. Losing to Charics isn't that shameful, though. He's an amazing player. We've got Poland, Ulrich, Grombrundle, and Corsair finishing up their matches. Who are we gonna be going up against? Oishi lost in the second round, so that's who we might end up playing. Ulrich is here with 1 win as well. Falling Star, same deal. A lot of really strong players in the tournament today, which is exciting. Alright, from here on out, patience is my my watchword for the rest of this tournament. We're not overextending. We're not diving into the people's back lines like we did that last game. We're going to stay disciplined, patient, and we're going to take wins because of that. That's my goal. No more throwing. Really? A lot of Chaos Warriors? Seriously? Throwing axes for the anti-large. Sure. I mean, I'll try it out. Soft build up the infantry. I mean, that makes sense. Like, getting a bunch of corn cores out on the field. And just having bodies to hold the points. I'll give it a shot. What does Skulltaker have in this build, though? I'll build it backwards. Dustman sent me a build, so that's what I'm looking at right now. I'm trying to figure out what exactly the game plan is with it. I mean, I guess you just scrap over 2 points and the Tomb Kings never cap it away from you, it would be my guess. There was a cultist who I imagine only has a summon. Cool. Was it 4 Chaos Warriors? Yeah, there's 4 Chaos Warriors in that build. Debuff, Revel, 350 gold. Is there anything I'm missing from this? No. Okay. Well, I would guess that it's Cloak then. Horsemen, 2 of these guys, 2 of these guys. There's no way hounds are good here, right? Am I crazy? Why did Tim put a hound into this build? I've never seen hounds do anything. Just the regular Chaos Warhounds. I'm a sicko. I love my Minotaurs. Could do this though. Get a Chaos Warrior Halberd. Eh? Oh, Cultist on horse. Oh. Is a Cultist on horseback gonna do anything to Cetra though? He's so thick, man. Alright, we still got one game finishing up. I mean, Dustman, I really honestly like this super infantry heavy build. I think I think it could very much work. The only reason I brought the Skull Crushers is I've had a lot of success with them against single entities, but I think I just let them, I think I just charged them in too aggressively, and Charx was pulling the Chosen of the Gods through his formation already, and if I just sent the Skull Crushers in against the single entities in that last game, maybe they would have been able to do a little bit more damage. They just got hit from the flank and folded up. It doesn't help that they terror routed also. Imagine being an Acolyte of the Blood God, and instead of you getting ITP, the Exultant Freakazoid faction is the one that gets ITP on everything in the roster. Welcome, welcome, guys. We've been scheming a little bit for some builds to try and win against the Tomb Kings. I flubbed my last game against them, bringing that win rate and probably one of the most favorable matchups in the game down single-handedly. Just because we're getting a little bit too eager. What do Beastmen bring against Tomb Kings? Doom Bowl, probably. Bracium with Death Magic? Maybe Wilds with Traderkin. Probably just bring what you normally do as the Beastman. Just a couple Zangors, some Goreherd, probably do Corn Gores. Bestigor's probably not very good in this matchup. Sentis, of course. Senzagoros, really good armor-piercing magic damage. Senti throwing axes, there's no way you're leaving those on the table here. I don't know how many Ungors you bring, though. I think Ungors might not be very good in this matchup. You'd probably still bring a few spears. We'll get run over by chariots and sphinxes and really struggle. Oh, Gorbles. Yeah. In fact, you probably do double Gorble and bring a Deathcaster for your Lord option. Spirit Leech? Or you still go Wild's Magic? Throw Devolve into the mix as well. 1,700 gold to work with. And Butch is a Kalkengard in this matchup. Probably gets shredded by the Sphinx. I think this is where you throw in your Senti throwing axes. Razor Gores for mass, pretty crazy. Just more Goreherd. Another Razor Gore. It'd be something. Something to keep in mind. Get in and fight is the only way. Yeah, it's real. It's very real, Maxi. It's the ultimate way to lose this corn. Like, figures, right? Yeah, I know. The Frenzy is nice. It gives ITP as long as your leadership is high, but the problem is that, you know, it wears off, and then you're screwed. To me, it doesn't make sense from a thematic perspective why Slaanesh has ITP on everything, while Khorne wouldn't, right? Like, I would figure if you're, you know, somebody who's wanting to fight in the name of the Blood God, that come hell or high water, you would not be terrified and running away from anything. And that you would just want to die, you know, in combat, no matter what. Like, leadership breaking, sure, makes plenty of sense. You know, everybody's got a limit, right? But terror routing, to me, makes a lot less sense for Khorne to be doing it than for Slaanesh. And I would figure that honestly, dude, could you flip the, Slaanesh gets the Frenzy, and then Khorne gets ITP on everything? I would unironically take that. It'd be really interesting to see just how differently the faction plays if you flipped the imbuements for the marks. I'd be so curious to see that. Okay, I don't know who Gore is, but we're gonna go find them. Oh, they literally messaged us here. Okay. Nice. Wow, the mystical 123 password. It's the gold standard, you know. Okay. Okay, so Gore is playing Dark Elves, High Elves, and Vampire Counts. We're probably banning Vampire Counts for all of our factions. I don't think I've got a single good matchup, or at least not like a winning one. Other than Khorne. Khorne does have a really good matchup against Counts. But Beastmen and Ogre Kingdoms are both pretty low. I'd rather not gamble on my opponent counterpicking me there. I'm very comfortable fighting most of the elf factions. Let's get our counter picks going. Whoops. Wrong thing. Draft, we'll just host because it doesn't really matter. Since they're concurrent picks and bans, it doesn't really make a difference who's banning first or not. Because you're blind picking against one another. Which I really like. I love blind picks. I think it adds a little bit of spice to the whole ordeal. Apparently, did I really put Warriors of Chaos and forget? I've been telling people the wrong thing this whole time then. That's embarrassing. Oh my god, no. It's true. That's my bad. I intended to do Ogre Kingdoms. I must have misclicked on the factions I was selecting then. Oh well. Alright, well, I'm ready. Banned Counts. He banned Beastman. Okay. Let's just keep going with the Blood God. Let's get back to our roots. Yeah, we get Dark Elves. Khorne versus Dark Elves, honestly, is not that tough for Khorne. But there's definitely things that the Dark Elves can do against you to throw you off your balance. So we'll need to be a little bit careful around that. What map are we on? We are on board. Oh, round 4 is Geyser Bluff. Okay. Easy peasy. One moment, guys. And here we go. I don't know, man. I'm losing a whole bunch down here. It's Khorne right now. I'm a little skeptical, though. I love fighting the Dark Elves. I think it's a whale of a time of a matchup. I think it's pretty even. Yeah. What else do I need here? So the thing you gotta worry about is the Medusas, but I actually think Corn's got plenty of options and clears for the Medusas. Just in my personal experience. Don't think I need any more of those guys. Definitely some of these dudes. In fact, ease up a little bit on the money there. Yeah. Get one of these guys in. Okay. I've got a little bit more money up top here. Okay. Alright, let's see what we can do. Will the Dark Elves just roll us? Absolutely raffle stomp us. So we can control our home objective easily enough. I'm curious whether we do some funky shenanigans in this game, or if we just try to play it just head up, no thoughts, head empty type of gameplay. Didn't work for us last time. Corn handles Dark Elf Kite. Well, I mean, if Dark Elves want to kite you, you've actually got good counter kite units. And people will always and forever discount the humble Skull Cannon, dude. I'm telling you. I love Skull Cannons into Dark Elves. They've actually got a lot of infantry that are very vulnerable to getting just absolutely canned by these things. And then if you can shoot Scourge Runners, that's also nice. Valkia is very good with Sloupnir, Demon Shield. She can just fly around. She can fight the big Dragon Lords a little bit if she needs to. And Blood Reapers, actually nice cap weight. Very durable with Bloody Shackle. They're really good at beating up Medusas, actually, because these guys are crazy fast on the ground. They're way more durable than you might think at a glance. And we got some Chaos Warriors, always very solid here. A one letter in reserve. We got a couple Blood Beasts, Skull Cannons, Throwing Axes, the works. Lots of Corngors. Because Corngors are really what you want to fight the Cold One Knights. They're actually your main answer to those. Blood Beasts are just here as mass and a little bit of counterpunch in the front line. Then they are hard clear for single entities in the cavalry. Alright.
To the slaughter!
Yeah, tons of Dark Riders. We got a Beastcaster with Curse of Honor here and Flock of Doom. It's just full Dark Rider kite. Okay, fair enough. We'll stay back a little bit. Wow, literally just all Dark Riders. Whoops, all Dark Riders.
Valkia the Bloody!
That's a good split. Kind of dodges. We get a little damage on those guys.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
Do we bring in a Blood Beast? No, maybe not.
For corn!
Let's actually bring Double Fury out. Start getting up in here.
Valkia the Bloody!
Countercharge these things, actually. Let's try and get away here. Let's get our Blood Reapers out. Let's just get up the field. Alright, I mean, it's a cool build. I mean, the full kite's actually pretty fun. It's not something that I'm, like, terribly unfamiliar with, at least. We've actually got one of the Scourge Runner Chariots pretty caught up here. We're gonna just dive here a little bit and threaten. Where's our girl Valkia? She's gonna go in here. We're gonna try and cut these guys off. And we did get a charge in the front line, and now we just pull back up in the air and fight here. Just need to run away. Not get stuck on the ground and wrecked. And we did kill a Scourge Runner. These guys are just gonna form up. We're gonna form up. We're gonna lose a Flesh Hound over here, I think. Yeah, one of the Flesh Hounds gonna go down here. That sucks. Skull Cannon kind of whiffs its shot, unfortunately. We do have some pressure going on over here. Let's actually move around to this flank. So my opponent's disengaging completely on this side anyways. Let's go kill the Dark Shards. Let's take ground. If they're gonna give you this much room, then you need to take it. Do not be afraid to take room as Khorne. Let's get back up in the air. Let's countercharge here. Just keep going. Get those damn Dark Riders. Stock up here. He's rotating around on my back objective, which is, you know, an option. It's definitely something he's allowed to do. Just kill these Dark Shards real quick. Stock up top here. We'll try and get some Flesh Hounds to go over there as well. And retake our back objective, but we can maybe control his home objective here, actually. Send some tattered units over here and force him to think about being a little bit more honest.
Woeful tidings. The enemy has captured one of your victory
Shoot through the
points.
tree? Damn it, I actually contacted with it. Oh, he wants to fight over here, actually. Oh, never mind, no he doesn't.
For the kill.
Follow the blood.
Khorngor's gonna go over there. We're getting up on the point. Our Blood Reapers have been pretty bad. They haven't actually gotten anything done. We are a little spread out here. Got them off this point. We'll chill here. We'll wait. Another Flesh Hound out.
to safety!
Let's run away here.
Valkia the Bloody!
You have the foe's victory point.
Get these guys out. Let's all go over here now. Everything, even the bloodletters. I gotta make it all the way across the field here.
Fury of Corn!
Seeking victims.
Actually kind of winning back here. These guys are gonna fight here. Just keep grinding. Alright, Skull Cannon needs to, like, actually move somewhere where it's gonna make a difference. Our, Corngors did get intercepted by a pretty solid counter. Pop this here. Just keep fighting. Kinda down now. That's not good.
For Valkia! Wondrous!
Yeah... This is looking a little grim.
Warriors!
Come on, guys. I gave y'all orders to get off of these dudes, and you're still fighting them over there? Not great. He's gonna come back out of the trees over there and try and cap that point up again.
Certain death!
Let's bring our Corngors up. He's just gonna get this back objective. He's playing this really well. Alright, we might end up getting folded up here. I've obviously got a lot to learn from what the meta has changed to, because I've not been playing a lot of tournaments, and this ain't going too hot.
Execute!
Spreading ruin!
For the Sword Maiden!
Warriors of Corn! For Osiris!
Damn.
Gold!
Shield Maiden!
Spreading destruction!
Just another game of me not playing well. Dude, damn it,
You
man.
have been bested. There is only defeat.
Alright, well, I gotta eat my words. Obviously, there's a lot that I need to rethink in this matchup, because my opponent went full kite, and I just didn't get to touch him hardly. We're doing okay when we're holding on our 2 points. Yet again, I got overeager and extended off of them, and then got punished for it. Ugh, brutal. Frickin', kite play, man. Really strong. Really well played by Gore. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna have to rethink this whole process. I don't think it's cursed. I think there's definitely stuff that I can do here. Some Marauders, some Chaos Warriors. So what, Khorne is just dog shit now? That's sad, dude. Very sad. What happened to him? They got nerfed and never recovered, I guess. No way Chaos Knights are good here. I'll figure it out. I'm a pretty firm believer that the number of truly horrendous matchups is very small. That felt really rough, but I don't know if it's totally insurmountable. I mean, if they're gonna go full kite, then maybe you just commit to full kite as well. Just don't bring corn gores. Bring your own throwing axes. Got a little more money. Bring one bloodletter. I was a little slow on rotating to my back objective as well. If you can control your back objective and you don't let the Dark Elves just get a double cap on you for free, maybe you just go with the defensive playstyle and you can just push them back whenever they try to dive into you. I don't know. I'll see if I can find some dudes who can actually give me some time to practice the matchup. Coming in out of the cold and just jumping into the tournament and running into that was a revelation to me. Because I've played into the Dark Elves plenty of times this Corn, and even played against builds not too dissimilar from that. Not had that rough of a time. But I couldn't catch anything. Not unless he slipped up and made a mistake, which is never really a good place to be. Yeah, Charks and Fish are tearing it up right now. Hell yeah, let's go. For Poland and Nacho are up here as well, looking like they might end up in the top 4 here. Also, Dust, can I just do semis and finals? Because there's no way I'm making it in. It would be fun to be able to cast them anyways. How much time do we have before the next round starts? Just not that many games going on still. In fact, there's just one. It should be finishing up relatively soon. Although Oishi and Ulrich are both dudes who take forever to pick their armies sometimes, so who's to say? Alright, so Dustman gave us the go-ahead for semis and finals, so I'll go and let people know in the tournament chat. It'll also be nice, because it'll give me a chance to, like, really spectate the top people. Maybe we can learn some techs. Are Dark Elves gonna shoot up the leaderboard now that people know how to play their kite game? So that was pretty brutal. Got a big win rate against High Elves and Khorne. Wood Elves is favorable for them too? Really? Chaos Dow I fully believe. Bretonia, Tzeentch, I would have figured that these matchups would be way more favorable for them. I guess Tzeentch maybe just because there's so much magic damage to clear Witch Elves and even hit their armored infantry pretty hard. Flamers and stuff, Changebringers as well. We shall see. Alright, let's see if we can get back to even. Get some 2-2 action going. Whenever this final game finishes up. We'll just we'll stick with Khorne. Unless they ban it out, which I really don't think they will. I'm just going to try and get them back into my belt. Because I've been playing a ton of Beastmen. I'm much more familiar with their matchups in the current meta. And Beastmen, honestly, don't really have a lot of bad matchups. Khorne obviously does. 0 wins versus Demons. Chaos Dwarves, pretty brutal. Beastmen, Dark Elves, Lizards also looking pretty grim. There's a lot of sub-50s, but get closer to the top and it looks a little bit better. They're just so skewed. That's the issue with Khorne. Like, Khorne is a faction that either has a good matchup or they get dunked on. It's really unfun sometimes. What's up, Broccoli? I don't know if you got to watch me get absolutely pummeled by Dark Elf Kite last game, but I came in talking smack and I definitely ate my words on it. I still think double Skull Cannon is the way to go. Although, maybe you can do the Hellforged Bellower and a regular Skull Cannon. It's pretty expensive. I really liked the Flesh Hounds in the opening. They were so nice. They did so well for me. I'm bringing 3 Horsemen. Couple of Blood Beasts. Couple of Khorne Gores. 1 Bloodletter. Actually, cut that guy. We'll get 2 Furies. We can get. We'll get 1 Hound, sure. See if we can figure out how to use a Chaos Warhound. I think this would be my build next time I go into that matchup. Skull Cannon's a counterfire. Valkia's got Sloutnir. And she can also fight the Medusas. The rest of your build is just gearing up for the big scrap and the constant back and forth against the Dark Elves, trying to keep them off of the points. Maybe you need more Corn Gores, though. Can he fit more in? Yeah, kind of. You lose one Horseman, which I'm not super excited about. I do think you need the Furies. I do think the Blood Beasts are pretty important. Maybe is an Exalted Bloodletter going to be good here? What did Gore have on the rest of the army? Which reminds me, I need to save this so I can do a little bit of studying later. Alright, round 4's up, so let's go find our opponent. And I'll take a look at that later. On my own time, I'll coach myself up. The Dark Elves are brutal for, Dark Elves are really tough for factions that, struggle against Kite. And Khorne and Nurgle, two of the harder struggling factions, for sure in that regard. Alright, who do we got? Oh my god, we're playing Ulrich. Jesus Christ. I'm really about to go 1-3 here. Oh god. Okay. I feel it coming. My first tournament in a couple weeks, and we're just gonna get absolutely flattened. Maybe the Hellforge Bellowers against the Dark Elves isn't a bad idea. It's a little bit longer range than the Dark Riders, and its shots would hit a little bit more capably than just the standard Skull Cannon. So this thing just missed like all of its shots that last game. To be fair though, I wasn't playing on top of things. I was running around a little bit too much. What do the Blood Beasts do? They're mass, so you don't just get run over by the Cold One Knights, theoretically. Because Because Cold One Knights have amazing charge bonus, so they'll just like flatten your infantry if you let them. Where the hell are they? There they are. I mean, 44 is chunky enough that if they just charge down your Chaos Warriors, they'll just flatten them and push them back over and over again. Ignore that build. That build sucks against the Dark Elves, obviously. Right, and I don't know where Ulrich is. Theoretically, he'll be showing up soon. I would love to get my 4th game in, even if I end up getting my ass kicked. I need to update the code. Yeah, homing shots do tend to be a little bit more accurate. Exactly, that's what I'm thinking. The thing is that it's super short range. It's only got 160 meters. And it will run out of ammo. And I'm worried that the Dark Elves just won't give you an opportunity to fight, and then you won't get any ammo back. But I still think it's a good idea. It's got the same amount of range as a Scourge Runner too, right? Alright, we need to actually... Alright, let's get in here. Let's try and figure this shit out. While we're waiting on our next opponent. It's got more range than the Scourge Runners. Ah, interesting. Well, I messaged Ulrich. I'm not hearing back from him. If I don't hear back from him, maybe we can play Pont or somebody. Oh, never mind. Round 4 go up. It's been almost 10 minutes. I think I need to let Dustman know real quick. Alright, well, in the absence of any clarity on where he is as of now, I'm actually going to restart the game, and then we can just go play a practice match on the ladder or something while we wait. And if he shows up, we'll just leave and we'll jump in there. There we go. Okay. we lost our opponent immediately. Rip. No, who? Don't dodge me, please. I just want a game. Come on, brother. Alright, we need to play Corn. We gotta get this under control, man. I've been all out of sorts with them today. I'm still checking. I still don't see him, He hasn't messaged me anywhere. Okay. Rip. Alright. We're on Arnheim. It's a pretty narrow map. We've got to be prepared for the Soul of Damnation. It's going to be really difficult to shut down. Unless we do this the right way. Let's do our let's get Skull Cannon practice under our belt. That's gonna be my goal here. I'm gonna try and relearn our basics on how to Skull Cannon. It's a very micro-intensive play style. Building that set of skills back up is going to be pretty nice. Bring a dual weapon warrior and see if I can do anything with them. They usually just get killed and end up being useless, which is, you know, not great. Maybe we can find an opportunity to get some value out of them, though. Get another Corn Gore. Maybe we just do... let's do an Exalted Bloodletter. Let's not bring any Corn Gores. Let's get away from using those guys. See if maybe we can figure out another method by which we can get some solid value. Let's break our dependence on the Corn Gore Industrial Complex. Just a bunch of bloodletters with some minotaurs. Although maybe you do need Forsaken. Are Forsaken good against Warriors of Chaos? What do they beat? They don't beat trolls or nothing. Whatever. Let's run this and see how it does. Oh, never mind. Ulrich finally showed up, so we actually have to dip out of here now. RIP. Alright, let me restart. So our opponent finally showed up. So Ulrich's Dark Elves, High Elves, and Empire. Okay. Well, Beastman's gonna get banned out. There's no way they don't with those factions that he's playing. Beastman had a pretty good matchup against all of those guys. Okay, we're back. Let's make a new lobby. Let's get our boy in here. Try to drag all around every which way. Yeah, right when I get a game, of course. Every single time, dude. Let me make the picker as well. I'm ready to get hurt again. Who are we banning? Dark Elves? Probably Dark Elves, dude. I'm not that worried about Empire. Not super worried about High Elves either. Just ban out these guys and see how it goes from there. I ban Warriors of Chaos. Okay. Fuck it. You know what? We're gonna pick Beastman. I want to win under my belt. I want to see if I can actually get this done. And I'm willing to bet Ulrich has a particular build he's trying to make use of if he's going High Elves into the Beastie Boys. We'll give him an opportunity to make it happen. Alright, I'm going to swap y'all away again. Oh, people have won the Beastman and High Elf matchup a couple of times then. Maybe it's being figured out slowly. Yes. Yes. And one of these? Sure. I don't think I need those guys at all. These will be solid. Get a couple. of them. What else do I need here? What am I lacking in the starting army? Not really lacking anything. Maybe a little bit of mass. Yeah, that's about it. Damn, just a little bit off of those guys. Is it worth cutting anything? Yeah, maybe. I mean, I can't get any other, like, items or anything on my Lord, so I think I'm gonna slam a unit in here that I personally really enjoy. I've had some very awkwardly high amount of success with in the past. Let's see if they actually make a big difference here or not. We're actually going to swap this around. And we will bring that. Can we get... No, I can't chevron all those guys. Whatever, that's fine. So we got all this. Do we need anything else? Yeah. 1, 2. And these dudes as well, I think. I got 950 gold left. Is there anything else I need on the table? Or can we just roll it as it stands? I think I need too many lightly armored units, because they're going to get into some trouble against all the missile fire of the High Elves if I'm not careful here. Nah. I don't think I have enough answers for the heavy cav. Sure, we'll roll with it. Alright, Golfenhoof, Ulrich. Let me actually swap y'all away so you don't get a you don't get a audio casted game. So we bailed on the Blood God. It's been going so poorly today, I think I need to just go back to the ladder to practice them back up, and we're going to roll with the Beastmen here. I'm a little bit more confident with. Definitely more competent with. But Beastmen are also just a really strong faction. I mean, they play pretty much every conceivable play style well. You can go rush builds, you can go skirmish builds, you can go full kite builds. Anything and everything in between as well. You can even do Cygors, which are honestly pretty underrated. I mean, I think the Eye of Morsleep is the only one that's really worth bringing on a regular basis because of its snares. But I've seen some people using just regular ones on occasion and doing some respectable damage with them. vibing. I'm game planning a little bit. And the things, what I need to really watch out for, I think, is something like, maybe some shadow walkers or whatever they're called. Like, just more kite. That seems to be pretty popular nowadays. And the last 2 times that I've run into something along those lines has been an abject catastrophe for me. We'll throw 2 Ungor spears up here. These guys are actually going to go up over here as well. I will leave my Ungors here, though. So it's 11 units. You know, like, it's a pretty normal size for a high elf army. We got the Wargors here. I swear by these guys. They're so good. Actually do a lot of work for you. Actually do this. Give me these guys. Skeleton Force on our back objective. We can maneuver around with our formation here if we need to. Wargors can be group 3. We're going to keep them here with the rest of this formation. We'll keep an eye out for the number 1. Okay, and Ulrich's ready, so we'll get it going. Yeah, Eltharion. And a bunch of skirmishers. Just max Illyrian Reaver archers. With that many Illyrian Reaver archers, I think we can still take this point. We need to get in position and be ready to drop some Flocks of Doom. And he does have Arcana and Forging, which I'm going to be need to be very careful about letting hit me. Okay, so we got a nice Flock of Doom there. We're going to pull back. Shadow Walkers, for sure. I was kind of expecting them. I'm not too terribly surprised to be seeing those guys. Ungor Raiders are going to get some shots off here. We're going to need to bring some units out over here. I'm going to Centaur up the trees. We'll just chill. We need to keep our Ungor Raiders alive. We need to pull the dudes back. Let's get away from here. He's poking the point. He's thinking about trying to maybe take it. We'll get a Razorgore Chariot out soon. Let's actually kind of push up over here. What are these guys? Silver Helms. Let's go in over there. Send our boy there as well. Let's get aggressive now. Send the Centaurs in. See if he's paying attention here. These guys are going to go in over here. Our dudes are actually running away. Chase here. We'll collapse in there. I really want the Razorgore Chariot. Because Razorgore Chariots are just absolutely filthy, dude. They do so much work. Let's pull back. Let's hold here. And keep creeping forward with the Ungor Raider Corps. Let's pull back. Yeah, my opponent's going pretty hard for those guys, but we did overrun his rangers pretty quickly. These are spearmen. Let's actually go for the shadow walkers here. That is a fat flock of doom target. Got a terror out on all my dudes there. On that Unger Raider overextended. Let's send the butchers over as well. Malagor's just kind of flying around out here. He's doing okay. We'll get up a gore herd now. My guys did rally, so we'll go run over those rangers. We get hit by the arcane and forging, which is not great. Not the worst thing in the world. Let's try and save our Wargore here. Let me just keep pushing. These are the Silver Helms? Yeah, they are. Let's try and countercharge them with the Centigores, though. Let's go fight the War Lions here. Let's collapse in the rear here. These guys need to move up as well. Let's shoot a little bit. We got a messy-ass fight going on right now. Those are more Silver Helms. Let's bring out some Razorgores. Razorgore's very good at fighting against high elf mobility. Let's get these guys over. Zangor's gonna fight. Wargores and these Zangors somehow doing just a ton of work over here. Another Razorgore. Let's pull back. Alright, these Sentis are going to chase down here, and then my Unger Raiders are going to turn around and start trying to do some damage. And we completely forgot about our boys over here. We are going to drop a Flock of Doom over here. They might be able to hold for a little while still, though. Got a really good counter charge there. We're going to send Razorgore Chariots forward. Try and run down the Shadow Walkers. Keep fighting here. Butchers are hanging in somehow. I mean, they're just super stalwart. Not giving up the ghost at all. Let's charge the Silver Helms. Need to unblob the Unger Raiders a little bit. Gore Herd are going to go forward. Get all this stuff moving in, man. Yeah, this is just kind of the power of the Beastmen in general. Like, just super aggressive. And, like, pedal to the metal at all times can be really hard to shut down. These Wargores have been really annoying as well, which is awesome. Silverhelm's into the back line. We should be able to shut those guys down. Throw our chaff forward. Since this objective is basically secured now. Just fight here. Drop this. Arcane and Forging hurts. It's not the end of the world, though. Sentis with throwing axes, yeah. Just to shoot at Eltharion. We've been ignoring him most of the game, which isn't a bad idea. Losing a bunch of stuff here. Very even, which is not actually a good thing. How much mobility my opponent still has on the field? We're breaking down the Silver Helms over here. We got the Chariots free. When our Gore Herd dropped their order, so they didn't end up actually advancing up the field like they're supposed to. Get these guys out. Where are the Butchers? Oh, they rallied over here. Thank you, guys. Hello. Very nice to see you again. Let's go throw at Eltharion. What is that, an Illyrian Reaver? Yeah. So let's stay here with our spears and actually fight those guys. We'll overcast Flock of Doom here. Try and maximize some damage and get away with our Centigores. from the Illyrian Reavers who are coming in.
Centaurs. Clean it up.
One Wargore being chased off, fighting, just kicking off all over the place. Get a big win against those Illyrian Reavers. Now we're gonna shoot down Altharion here. And just get right back up on that point. And we can charge in here. Rangers are an okay fight for the Zangors, despite how beat up they are. And we'll maneuver these guys over. And maybe make up any difference there. We can send the Razorgore Chariots over as well. Just the super swarmy and aggressive infantry with just so many numbers. And actually surprisingly decent leadership. It can be a lot for the High Elves, man. Let's get in there. Let's just charge the Storm Riders down a little bit. Oh man, those Razorgore herd just smacked into the Rangers there. And we can get a Zangor out. I've been summoning from deep set. Not the worst thing in the world. Need to be a little bit more discerning with my summons, probably. It's not the end of the world, though. Eltharion's still trying to break down a lot of the infantry. Get the charge here. With all of the units that are attacking the Storm Riders here, they're going to get overwhelmed pretty quickly. We're going to debuff them as well. It's going to make them even squishier to the Centaurs on the charge here. And they're not going to hit as consistently against me, so we actually get a huge crushing victory there. He's doing a good job of cleaning up his back point. The War Lions being a little annoying. Shadow Walkers just got compromised and they got shut down pretty hard. We need to unsummon all this stuff. What do I want? I think I just save up a little bit. Got the infantry here. I'm trying to unsummon these guys. We got the win here. And we've got all of these spears underneath who can still fight. The Centaurs having perfect vigor doesn't hurt either, of course. Not really an ideal fight for them, but they'll be able to hang in just well enough, I think, that we'll get the dub over here. Well, we do actually get terror added, which is... that's not good. Centaurs? Yeah, I think I might need them. Actually, let's bring a Chaos Spawn out, because they'll be really sticky and annoying. Yeah, that's a good win. That's a huge win for Ulrich right there. We've still got all the objectives. Those are Illyrian Reavers. That's another Arcane and Forging. I really didn't think he was going to have enough for that. Let's just play for our objectives. The Razorgore Chariots, we can just leave and get sacrificed here. He didn't chase off these Centis, and they do rally. Got respectable value. Get up on this back point. We'll take the fight against the Illyrian Reavers here. Which is a Calcan Guard barely hanging in. 4 models left. Malagor needs to stay alive. Got some poke incoming. Actually fight there. Look at the rear charge. The infantry can come over and try and finish this fight up.
Has captured one of your victory points. Take it back.
Rally in. Push up. And I think a Zangor. I mean, I think we pretty much got the win anyways. Not enough time to pull it off here.
Unending glory is yours.
It was really well played. This is an awful matchup for the High Elves. And Beastmen, having so many aggressive Vanguard units, dude, are just an absolute nightmare faction against so many people. The Ungor Spears got a lot of value for their cost. Malagor did solid. One Goreherd did good. The Centis were great. Razorgore Chariot was a nightmare for the infantry as well. Oh, these are Shadow Warriors, not Shadow Walkers. I don't know how I didn't clock that until now. Silver Helms are solid. Probably, honestly, just mass Illyrian Reavers. I don't know about Silver Helms. I mean, they did good. They just got dragged down eventually, I guess. They're alright. One Razorgore herd did really well. Other one was mediocre at best. It's just the bodies and the numbers, dude. There were definitely some moments where I overextended, but I think the aggression wasn't too big of a loss of momentum for me. Probably need to keep the Butchers of Kalkengard a little bit farther back next time. Because they did end up flying forward out of my formation a little too far. Ended up in a really bad position where they were getting chipped down pretty aggressively. What the fuck does that even mean? Oh my god. Okay, dude. Chill the fuck out. I'm sorry, okay? Jesus, Ulrich. Alright, well, he's pissed, so that's his problem. When you drop the GG well played and you get told not to write that shit. Okay. Whatever, man. Oh, okay. Apparently I'm a scrub and I don't deserve to tell people or deserve to drop GG well played. What matchups are good for the High Elves? Khorne is okay because you got pretty good kite. You got really strong SEs. You can definitely skirmish with them pretty effectively if you go for the big Air Force, so like an Archmage of Life on the Moondragon with just Earthblood, and then you can bring the Omen of Asturion. And you can either do just that, or you can bring another dragon. Like, I've legitimately seen High Elf players go with builds of this caliber here. Bring the Storm Riders for the memes. Nah, probably not. But just something along these lines can work out pretty nicely for you. You can cut these, I guess. Can you is there any way to squeeze anything in? I don't know. But what you do is you just, like, kite Khorne around with the Illyrian Reaver archers. You poke at their unarmored stuff, and you use the Archmage and the Moondragon and the Omen to just bully any warriors that might be out on the field, or any of their other really annoying units. Bring some Lothern Seaguard in reserve. A couple Rangers ain't bad. Maybe a couple Silvering Guard. War Lions, solid enough. Maybe you want to cut these guys. You want to just go, like, full mobility. Lots of Illyrian Reaver cav. The Fireborn are good, and then some Silver Helms to round it out. I'm trying to remember exactly what it was that, Stingers brought against me. Because Stingers is the High Elf main, and would be able to tell you a bunch of really solid builds for fighting Khorne. I don't think you really need the recharge rate. It's awkward having the 350 gold left. You can't downgrade the Omen of Assyrian to just a regular Arcane Phoenix, because the reason that you bring it is it gives Perfect Vigor and ITP to everything that it lands next to. Which is really strong. I mean, the ITP a little less important, but the Vigor reduction per second is huge, because that's Perfect Vigor, which cannot be underestimated, in my opinion. I guess you could just stick Regrowth in here as well. You mostly just want to use Regrowth, or Earthblood, though. Whatever, you can add in Arcane Conduit. Other good high elf matchups. What are the other good high elf matchups? I don't actually know. I mean, Lizardmen might be okay. You've got to watch out for their Spear Riders, which is the biggest deal. You've got some pretty good missiles that you can bring against these guys. Fighting Wood Elves, probably not terrible. Where are they? Wood Elves apparently a really bad matchup for them. Oh, Vampire Coast is probably alright. Surely, right? No, again, that's a big losing matchup. Going off of Total Tavern, Norska, Bretonia, Dowie, of all factions, okay. Warriors of Chaos makes some sense. Tomb Kings, sure. Ogre Kingdoms, yeah. Nurgle, I can see being pretty even. Yeah, Lizardmen, Kislev, Chaos Dwarves. Khorne is looking a little rough right now. I do think if you go for the big monster mash, though, as Khorne, you can smack them around. I don't know, man. Every time I see people bring the Heralds of the Wind, I just don't see them get the extra 800 or the extra 200. The stats really aren't that much better. Like, the charge bonus is nice. The extra speed, sure, as well as a little bit more leadership. There's just RORs that actually cost 200 gold more that get way more to work with. The Heralds of the Wind are just like, it's just a strict side grade, basically. It never seems that important to me. And I usually am just a little bit unimpressed with what they actually get done. They don't get more ammo. They don't hit any harder with their missile. Their charge bonus is nicer as well as the melee attack and melee defense. But Illyrian Reavers already have like respectable stats in that department because of the martial prowess. I mean, 34 melee defense on your skirmish cav is pretty crazy, because you look at like another premium top tier option. Marauders of Khorne have 21 melee defense. They have about 32 melee attack. Got a lot more weapon strength, which is really where I think the Heralds of the Wind... If the Heralds of the Wind got more weapon strength, I think they would be a little bit more competitive for the 200 gold. Generally speaking, Illyrian Reaver Archers already have a hard enough time getting the 600 value back just firing their missiles. Adding another 200 gold onto the top of that doesn't make it any easier. High Elves are fairly popular with newer players. I don't think they're the worst faction in the game. I know they get a lot of grief. I would tend to say that Grand Cathay is probably the weakest faction. Skaven are also pretty weak. They're probably in the bottom, like, 4 or 5. It's just weird, man. You know, it's kind of hard to tell sometimes. Like, just from a pure, all things being even skill-wise between players, what factions are strongest and which ones are weakest. Just because people who specialize in quote-unquote bad factions can oftentimes turn those bad matchups on their head and do pretty well into them. Skaven players are cracked. A lot of them are. Falling Star's been playing them for forever and is very, very good with them. Boss Toss is pretty good Skaven. There's a few players out there like that. Elves can only win if their other faction has a glaring weakness they can skew their build to. That's not honestly too far off. High Elves do not play well if they just go for a conventional build. Like with just standard infantry formation and line. They're just so reliant on their martial prowess as the means by which they stay in games, and they're squishy across the board. They have very few armored units, and I was talking about it on stream a week or two ago, I think. I think maybe it was just during the most recent new player tournament as well. Just give elves physical resistance. Like, the high elves specifically, having phys res, honestly wouldn't be that big of a deal. Like, they've got it on a handful of units anyways. Like, the Rangers have phys res, Phoenix Guard have physical resistance, and they already still have a hard enough time getting their value back. If you're gonna give a faction, like, a reduced hit point pool just for being elves, then I think having the phys res can be a good little bit of a, like a consolation. Because these guys are like ancient warriors. They're hundreds and even thousands of years old, you know? They should have, like, a preternatural ability to fight in combat, right? And I think the physical resistance would be pretty flavorful, because from what I understand on tabletop, in the old world, a lot of elf units have invulnerable saves, just across the board. And that's kind of what phys res could be. And then you'd still have problems with factions that have lots of magic damage. And I really, again, like I said, I don't think the phys res would be enough to make up for the fact that they're still lightly armored. Like, shock damage ruins elves no matter what. I mean, it's very hard for them to stick on the battlefield for the majority of a game with any one unit, just because they don't have the HP to be able to hang out like that. I would say that elves' biggest strengths are just in matchups where they can go really elite. Like, if they can go tall, then they've got really good tall units. If they have to play into chaff-centric swarming type of factions, they just get overrun by bodies, and there's nothing they can do because they don't have the staying power to hold on to objectives. Like that last game against Ulrich, he was playing that really well, but just the fact that beastmen are able to just throw bodies into the fray so quickly, and have, you know, so many, like, good, solid, value trade options, whenever you, like, make it into combat, there's not a lot that they can really do about it. They just get drowned under a tide of bodies. They either get pushed off objectives and they have to play a really long skirmish game, or they just go fisticuffs and they just trade down. Neither situation's very good for Dom. I think that High Elves are just a better land battles and conquest faction, honestly, than they are domination mode. I mean, to be fair, Broccoli, the rationale behind martial prowess has always been that I guess it's to reflect the good discipline that the elves have. As they take a bunch more damage, you know, they're getting shaken, they're getting worried, they're thinking about, you know, dipping out and running. Maybe they could change it to where it's just their leadership wavering, but the HP isn't that bad either. It just leaves them in an awkward spot where really what you're looking at is a faction that's designed around healing. But this is also a faction that has access to pretty much every lore of magic in the game. So you're kind of pigeonholing them a little bit, in my opinion, which is not really a great design philosophy. You know, the elves do have their mages with, like, Starwood Staff and stuff, which is really nice. It's a really strong Winds of Magic Reserve boosting item. And going double mage as the high elves really isn't that bad of an option, in my opinion. You can bring like a remember like Eltharion, like a cheap lore. You can bring like Apotheosis, Soul Quench, or Tempest, depending on what your needs are. He's fairly cheap. At that point, even on Stormwing, I mean, 2,500 is an investment, but for as good of as high of a quality of combat character as he is, 2,500 really not that bad to get Apotheosis and Tempest out, or Soul Quench, which can be decent clear for infantry. Arcane Forging is very situational. I don't find it to be all that impactful. Hand of Glory is alright. Gives reload skill and melee attack for a pretty decent duration. You can spam that, and then you can, like, stick a mage in your back pocket. You can, like, cut everything except the relevant spells. And use the Starwood Staff to juice yourself up and run this guy out on the steed. Or, honestly, maybe on the Athilmar chariot. His melee defense is terrible, so never mind. Don't do that. And then you can have, like, a little bit of flexibility, just depending on what matchup you're going into. I'd be curious to see if that helps the High Elves out any. They need to just do something to get the Elves away from their current, like, squishiness epidemic. You know? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Healing units with a low HP pool is not ideal. And it also sucks because they changed the way healing worked between games, right? In Warhammer 2, healing spells used to give a set amount of HP. So for the High Elves who had low HP pools, that wasn't that big of a deal. It was actually kind of nice because it would replenish them pretty thoroughly. But now that it's percentage-based, they've arguably just taken a straight-up nerf to one of their previous strong strategies. And where that difference gets made up, I'm just not 100% sure. Oh, damn. Oh, that completely flubbed the semis here. I forgot to go interrogate people for their spec slots. Charx, Fish, Oishi, and Nacho made it in. They're in their top 4 games right now. I'm gonna keep an eye out, and then we can jump into the finals, and we can cast it. Nobody messaged me. I missed the announcement in the chat. In the meantime, I'm gonna play a game real quick. I just get so sucked into answering questions, dude. My brain just wants to go a million miles a minute. We'll get in on the ladder. And we'll wait for the finals to come in. Yeah, Soul Quench is honestly pretty decent. It's got a pretty powerful effect attached to the actual spell missile, which does some pretty respectable damage over time. It's very good for clearing out infantry of any kind, honestly. Because if you get side shots with Soul Quench, it actually goes through a majority of the unit. And can do some pretty substantial damage that way. Alright, let's relearn Corn, obviously. Just gonna get dodged a million times, which is rough. Come on, brother. Don't dodge. Alright, we got Empire versus Corn. Hell yes. Let's play with the Hellforged Bellers a little bit. Well, maybe we don't. Do regular Skull Cannons. Just get them back under our feet. Couple Chaos Warriors and some Marauders with one Blood Beast starting out. I think is not a bad idea. God, I forget that you gotta cut abilities first before you get in. I got 300 gold left. Where do we spread that out? We could give Icon and Gaze of Corn to Valkia. Cultist gets Perfect Vigor. Valkia, she gets to, you know, tell people not to run away like cowards. Get a couple Corn Gores. I'm gonna get an Exalted Bloodletter just to play around with. Fleshies, Furies. Another Blood Beast. One Throwing Axe. Maybe we'll do another Blood Beast as well. Throwing Axes are here to hammer the big boys in the air. In fact, you know what? We'll do 2 Horsemen. Alright, we're on a pretty small map. I'm just letting him know that we're ready. I don't want to pressure him. We set. Give it a second. We'll see. Direct damage is good against stacked units. Yeah, it's really, really good. I will say that Soul Quench's biggest problem is that it can take a long... It does good damage, don't get me wrong, but it's not so powerful that it's going to give you, like, easy, like, dominant wins in frontline fights. It's just really consistent damage over time, and if you get really lucky and your opponent makes a mistake and they blob up too much, that's when it can really maximize its value. But otherwise, it's just there because it's cheap, and you can spam it out as the elves, and it gives you that extra little bit of assistance in the infantry game, which is really where they falter the most. And it's going to be better against some factions than others. It's also okay against cavalry.
Master, behold!
Alright, let's see if we can refine our skull cannon play.
Wolfmother's warriors! Blood for the blood god!
Shield maiden!
Starting off in the trees, honestly, almost never a bad idea. We'll send a Marauder and the cultist to the high ground, and Valky will hover here. Keep the Blood Beast in there, too.
For Valkyr!
That's a tiny Empire army. 8 units, and they've only got 16 total? What the hell is he... What has he brought? Kind of glad I brought the second throwing axe, then. The Blood Beasts are going to be really important here. I would guess that he's going for a, like, some kind of single entity build, backed up by, like, Demigryphs or something. It's going to be like a heal blob, I guess.
Axfather's marauders!
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Bloodthirsty! A prize for the
So we got our boy Volkmar rolling around out here. Let's send the Marauders kind of up over here. And we'll get up on this hill. These are Knights of the Black Rose, War Wagons, Empire Knights. Alright, we need to get over here and protect these guys. Chaos Warriors can actually go to the middle objective. We gotta get shot there. We're gonna pull back a little bit. We're gonna chill. And get over here and save these poor Marauders. You're gonna get really heavily punished here, potentially. Let's turn around and fire. We'll get another Blood Beast out. Just taking models off of the Knights of the Black Rose will be really good. You can see they get kind of caught up in the vortex as well, which is nice. Let's get up here. Let's hammer the War Wagons. We just need to build up a little bit. Be careful.
We have a victory point. Keep it
We're
from
doing
the foe.
respectable damage to them right now. Alright, let's get back. Damn, those things hit so freaking hard. Oh, he's gonna get the net off. If he's using the net there, though, maybe we can get in here and do a little bit of damage to these things. We're gonna get throwing axes out because they can also poke against the War Wagons nicely. That's really nice damage, man. Big, big punishment on the skull cannons. We need to stop Volkmar from bullying me. We can't fight him with Valkia. It just doesn't work. He just pushes her around and she gets wrecked, which is brutal. Alright, we got our opponent on the back foot there. We got the surround on Volkmar as well. You just get up on the point. Let's go get these guys. Just keep shooting Volkmar here.
It is my will!
Actually got a really good shot on him there. He's taking a bunch of damage, which is nice. Not the end of the world, though. We got our infantry up on the point now. And we are wearing down one of these War Wagons. My opponent's charging stuff down up here with the Empire Knights. We'll get a Korngor up into, like, the middle distance there. Trying to kill the War Wagons is so frustrating sometimes, dude. Let's get out of here. Because the Demigryphs are incoming. So we got a little bit of a side charge off there. We're going to turn around and fight. Oh, God, dude. I don't know if I'm going to be able to stop the War Wagon kite, dude. It's always so frustrating to play against. Let's try and just wear this stuff out here. One skull cannon is gonna die.
As commanded.
You know, that's kind of why you bring two. Sucks that it's going down. You might still be able to keep the pressure up on the Empire forces here, though.
Slaughter.
And we do have the fleshies coming in. Got the infantry here. We're gonna chill. Oh, those Empire Knights just lost to Marauders and the Cultists? Seriously? That's kind of crazy, dude. Did pretty respectable damage, then. Alright, let's try and save our Skull Cannon here.
Great torment.
It's getting pummeled right now. Let's land in. Nah, Volkmar's gonna get away. We need to get away with the Flesh Hounds here. Get these guys back. Bring up another throwing axe and we'll try and get the Skull Cannon back a little bit. Marauders are gonna come cap this point. These Marauders are just gonna sit in the middle distance here.
To the fight! To the slaughter!
With fury and hatred.
Let's bring these guys to the low ground with the Cultists.
Valkia the Bloody!
We haven't seen another net since that first one. Definitely need to be using those. Let's go get Volkmar. He's taken a lot of damage. We might actually be able to just keep pummeling him and eventually finish him off. Big damage. What do we have out here? Good grief, man. So much work being done against my dudes.
Valkia the Bloody!
What's he shooting at? Is he shooting Valkia? He's not shooting Valkia. He's trying to kill the Blood Beast right now,
We have a
which is
victory
fine by
point.
me.
Keep it from the foe.
Some Corngors back up top. We got a win over here. Skull Cannon and the Hounds are just chasing the stuff down, and Valky's just gonna walk away. She'll be okay. They're the grenade launchers, so we need Furies for those guys.
Taking ground! Taking action!
We'll just keep Valkia back and safe. We'll get back here. Skull Cannon is gonna chill. It's gonna shoot Volkmar. It's actually accurate enough to be able to hit him pretty effectively. So let's move back. Let's get our throwing axes over there. Let's just not let ourselves get worn down here. Cultists and the Corngors. I'm gonna hang out on the number one. Pull back there.
Marauders will.
Let's kill the big boy here. Let's get away from that banishment. Do get a really nice shot there. The fleshies do go down. They've done okay. Let's get a Blood Beast out next. We need another one back out on the field. The Skull Cannon has got some respectable value. Not terrible. Our infantry are going to be the biggest imposition on the Empire here. It's going to be what gives them the most trouble, I think. Volkmar's got to run off the field, basically.
Marauders of coal.
Let's get in here.
Sage my blood!
Send the Corngors in. Need to get back. Damn, that Mercurial shot is crazy. Let's get a flank.
Marauders attack.
And let's just chase with our Marauder Horsemen, actually. Those Blood Beasts need to be unsummoned.
Seeking torment.
We'll pull back through the Corngors here. We'll land on the grenade launchers. Yeah, Flesh Hound.
For Valkia.
Let's get our horsemen out of here so they don't tear out to frickin' Volkmar of all people. Really like to avoid that. Blood Beast cleaning up some pressure. We've still got more Knights of the Black Rose. Just so many freaking cavalry units. We need to go to the middle now. Let's just do it, man. My opponent can do what he wants up there. He's just not capturing objectives, which is the biggest issue.
For the Black Guard. Axe. Marauders
Let's run away here.
Finding victim.
We gotta win here. We're gonna charge in here. We could chase off those grenade launchers. I'm gonna try and do that at least.
Slaughtnear thirsts.
Just keep running. Can even go in there. We can actually send our Marauder Horsemen over to do that.
Skulls. No.
Bloodfather's command.
These Chaos Warriors haven't really gotten to do much of anything this game.
Wolffather's warriors.
They've mostly just been getting run down, which is a little unfortunate. Valkia haven't really gotten a chance to use the Demon Shield, honestly, just because it's been so much range combat, and I'm also not getting to use Sloughnir. I'm gonna drop the summon here and try and cut off some space for the War Wagons. They're either gonna have to kite back and leave me to finish off Volkmar here. Maybe we can even blob up on this guy and get him. Catch him? Oh, he's got 83 HP. We actually killed him. Sick, dude. Freaking awesome.
I knew it. Unending.
That was actually a crazy close game. Alright, I think finals? Yeah, here we go. Okay. They're ready. Come on. Did I miss finals again? Well, we'll do the semis replays. Let me find Fish and get the replay from him. It's honestly not that big of a deal. I mean, the lobbies get really laggy once you start adding spectators oftentimes. We'll get a nice lag-free experience with the semis replays. So let me get Sharks as one real quick. And we'll go ahead and watch that. Oh, we gotta turn the map pack on. Give me a sec. Let me restart. Yeah, and Fish hit us up with the other two. So we got both semis, and we'll watch them. And then by the time we're done with those, we'll be able to get into the finals replay, and y'all get an opportunity to see it. So just a wonderful, scattered all over the place stream. Just the sloth special, I would say. Yeah, Nacho's really good. Very strong player. Yeah, thank you, Broccoli. That was a tough one, dude. I mean, Diekman, I guess, hasn't really been playing in tournaments, but was somebody I saw around on occasion, like about a year ago. is obviously still very, very good. And that was a really tough kite playstyle to have to contend with. We're just able to wear it out. Just enough to be able to win it. Wow, a lot of lizards in the tournament today. So we got Charix here coming in. We've got an Oxyotl sighting on the field. Master Predator, the Golden Blowpipes, which actually does pretty good damage. It's like a magic missile type of effect. It does respectable damage, and it's got magic damage. So it's going to do pretty good work against the Changebringers, as well as the Soul Grinders of Tzeentch. And potentially our boy up in the sky, Sartorial. Very meta Lord choice here. He's probably... he's the second runner-up in the Walk roster. And for Tzeentch, he's probably also the second strongest after Kairos. But if you want somebody who's a little bit better of a duelist than Kairos, then Sartorial's your boy. I mean, he's got Rock of Inevitability, which is kind of a busted item. It's insanely powerful. Huge melee defense and speed debuff in a radius. And he's got, of course, Metal Magic, one of the strongest lures in the game. Chameleon Skinks moving up, looking to poke. Source Warriors in the back, Umbral Tide out on the flank. And Skink Priest with Beast Magic, just Flock of Doom, and a Solar Engine. Solar Engine's really good. Probably one of the stronger artillery pieces you can possibly bring against the Tzeentchian forces. And you got the little chameleons down here, just being absolute bastards, dude. They're so annoying. They're way better than Skink Skirmishers, in my opinion. They get a little extra range, they've got better damage, they fire really fast, and they've got missile resistance out the wazoo. The only thing you have to worry about is them getting charged down by mobility. So, if you can protect them from that, they're definitely the premier option available. And they get a little damage on Sartorial. It takes about 600 damage from the poke on those guys. And Oxyotl is just working on the Soul Grinder here. You can see him firing in his little blow dart. He's got a lot of ammo. He doesn't hit very hard. Unless he hits with all 3 missiles, then it can do some respectable damage. Oishi being a little scattered with the Soul Grinder here. It takes a bunch of damage, but mostly just overshield damage, which isn't that terrible. Finally getting poked through the shields a little. Exalted Flamer comes in, gets a big shot off. Pretty nasty work against these poor little chameleons, man. That missile resistance is really nice, but it's not going to save them from just how powerful the Exalted Flamer's shooting is. And it doesn't help them against the Vortex, which is also where a lot of that work can get done. Really good choice of target here for Oishi. Just pounding the poor Skink Priest right now. These guys are super accurate. They used to be a nightmare unit because they were good against literally everything in the game. I mean, they would just get disgusting amounts of value firing in, even against infantry, as well as single entities. But they've fallen off a little bit. Charix is going to kite back to the forest with this guy. The Spastilodon looks, yeah, sitting on the Changebringers, which is a good target for it. And now the Soul Grinders are kind of poking away at this guy. Shots in on the Exalted Flamer, gets a good hit there. Blobbing up the Zangors, and really sneaky stuff, dude. That's something that's not used often enough by people. Let's pause for a second, I can talk about it. This is one of the reasons why, like, skirmishy foot characters can be really effective, is you can, like, send them into combat against, like, armored, shielded warriors, blob them up around this foot character, and then use your missiles to poke in, since these guys lose their shields when they're in melee combat. It's a very effective one, too. It's a really useful way to maximize the shooting on the Chameleon Skinks against a target that would otherwise be very difficult to poke down. And actually do break the leadership on the poor Zangors there. Salamander's running a little too far in, trying to shoot the Changebringers. Definitely going to need to pull back here. Luckily, they're not taking too much damage against the Marauders. They're holding okay. Cohort of Sotek coming in also. Going to be very good for scrapping with the Marauders of Tzeentch here, while the Saurus get out on the other side and just keep the Skinks from getting too isolated. The Solar Engine, super accurate as well. That's another good thing about this monster. And against this poorly armored Exalted Flamer, this thing might be going down here in a minute. Oxyotl finds it, gets a really good shot off. And the Chameleon Skinks closing the distance and might be able to crumble this guy out. It's got decent leadership at base. Not enough to be able to survive a concentrated poke, though. Is going to be jumping back in the trees. Bastiladon, very worn out. Doesn't have a lot of HP. No heals for the Lizardmen, unfortunately. But it might not matter. Oh, the Exalted Flamer, I think, got hit by Oxyotl there and does end up crumbling out. That demonic instability causing big issues, and that's not great for Oishi. The value trading, it's not going horribly for Tzeentch, but Tzeentch is very stuffed back right now. They're losing all of their infantry, and they're about to lose the #1 objective here as well. If the Lizards just keep throwing out, like, respectable options for a long-range poke, like the Salamanders, and keep the Umbral Tide alive, which is really important. Don't want to lose these guys to the Furies and the Spearmen out here. The Soul Grinders are just not going to be able to carry the game. They're really good against single entities, but they got nerfed after they got overtuned. And against infantry, they've really only got their melee attack to lean back on, and they just don't have a very good charge bonus. So they don't cleave through formations quite as effectively as the Soul Grinder of Khorne and Nurgle do. Trying to dive in here on the Salamanders, but, you know, we got some Saurus here who are going to peel really nicely, going to get on top of the Zangors. Chameleon's kind of running into the middle of all these guys. Luckily, though, Oishi hasn't swapped the attack order over to fight the Chameleon Skinks here. And I feel like the Chameleon Skinks are low-key going to be the late-game carry here. Really nice Searing Doom. Going to be doing respectable damage to the Salamanders there. Just by far and away one of the best spells in the game. It does big damage to just about every single possible target that you can think of. Really good Changebringer's Fire coming in now. Getting on the flank of this Chameleon Skink unit. Roasting them pretty nicely, but Tzeentch is just so far behind on the points. Are they going to be able to pull this back? They're getting a few good engagements here. They've killed the Umbral Tide. They're dead and gone. They've still got some Spearmen and Furies over here. Have also killed a Feral Cold one. Furies landing on top of the Salamander hunting pack and doing some decent damage to the Chameleon Skinks, but these guys are still just poking away and keeping Tzeentch so honest. They're just not able to find the critical mass to be able to get up on the points still. Charging down the Zangors that are coming in, and a really good charge with the Feral Cold Ones is going to crumble out these Furies. And Charix is just doing enough to be able to keep this from being like an overwhelmingly bad situation for him. Despite losing some very important units, like losing the Caster sucks. You lost the Solar Engine, it got killed, and Chameleon Skinks have taken quite a bit of work. They've gotten harried pretty effectively, but the fact that they keep the Changebringers just totally off balance and off the field in any meaningful way means that these Soul Grinders, again, are having to do a lot of the heavy lifting, and they just can't stay in combat for too long because of their weak stats, dude. I mean, 32 melee defense is, you know, it's not too far off from what the standard Soul Grinders have, but they can't grind on the objectives, which is the big issue. And Sartorial being this expensive, and also having pretty low armor, he's starting to bleed a lot of value in the favor of the Lizardmen, just with the good focus fire. Army ability coming down and a really good reaction from Charix here. Going to be moving out of the way immediately, avoiding the worst of that damage. One Chameleon Skink getting caught on the edge of it, but probably bombarding his own Furies just as much as he is killing these Chameleon Skinks. Oh, you know what I just realized? The army ability for Zinch counts as a missile. So this Chameleon Skink's actually persevering through it pretty effectively with the missile resistance they have. That's kind of crazy. I hadn't actually thought about that before. Searing Doom coming down on the Cold One Riders, absolutely annihilating those guys. Soul Grinder's very worn out, though. Only about 1,000 value each on them. Sartorial was 1,600. Changebringer's desperately trying to finish up the Chameleon Skinks. At the very least, Charx isn't going to get a lot of money back for unsummoning those guys. But it's just still swarming with the Skinks, man. Skinks being 325 gold, and the Javelin variant being 450 is really nice, dude. They're so cost-effective. They're great for just swarming points as well. The cohort of Sotek have gotten some respectable value, and the Soul Grinder here, very low. 2,600 HP on one, 2,100 on the other. The last few volleys from the Chameleon Skinks coming in now. They've basically paid for themselves. Not quite. Where is Charx getting all this value from? I think it's just the, I think it's just consistent pressure across the field. Not any one unit outside of Oxyotl has been really doing a lot of work. But this guy's gotten 2,100, 2,200 value now, and crumbled out the last few Changebringers. Umbral Tide have been resummoned. They only got 100 value the first time around, but they're in a prime position here to be able to punish Sartorial and potentially crumble him out. And Charx has been playing for time on the other point over here. Cold One Riders just get thrown into the Marauders and the Spearmen. They don't value trade very well, but they held up the momentum onto the number 3 for long enough that the triple cap is just way too much to ask for Oishi to make up for here in this late game position. Summoning out multiple Fury units without any objectives, also pretty rough. You really need something up on this number 1 right now. I don't know what Oishi has mobility-wise, but saving the money on the Furies and summoning out a piece of cap weight to take this number 1, I think would have been the ticket here. Really, really well played, though, by both sides. Charx with Oxyotl, who was just an absolute nightmare for the demons in this particular game. Getting 2,200 value, poking down the big targets very effectively. Keeping Sartorial in check. Changebringers just didn't get enough value to really be worth it. I mean, only 1,000 out of this 1,500 gold unit is a nightmare scenario. Soul Grinders also didn't quite pay for themselves. And the Lizards just did it by mass numbers and getting respectable value on whatever they did bring out on the field, even if it didn't pay for itself. The performances here are a little bit more consistent than what Zinch has going on, where they just don't have anything paying for itself. Like Sartorial, he's a little bit off. Changebringer's off, Soul Grinder's off, both of them. These Spears are the only thing that up-traded, I think. As well as this Fury, but I think this Fury came out multiple times, if I had to guess. The Flamer was also alright, but Oxyotl was able to poke it as it got back into the woods and crumble it out, so it was never able to rally and come back in and help deal with the Chameleons. Really sneaky stuff, dude. Alright, and we've got the finals game now. So we'll get the other semis game going. That way you can see who it is going to be in the final showdown. Then we'll get to this last one. Another Lizard game. We've got Empire on the side of Nacho here. And Fish is going to be running it back with the Lizard Men. We've got Tehenoan on the Horned One, I believe. I think this is his Horned One stats. Just a big, big line of Skinks with one Source Spear up in the middle of it, I would guess. Yeah, the Oxytech versus the Changebringers is super, super smart. Let's see what the other Lizards can do here, though. Their compatriots had a pretty good matchup. They did pretty well. Empire, though, I think is a little bit trickier for the Lizards than Tzeentch is. Tzeentch being a demon faction, Lizards have pretty good matchups into all the demons. Just, like, bodies, decent access to magic damage, good skirmishers. Usually enough to be able to push back the forces of chaos. But the Empire is a much better shooting faction. They can go a lot wider, and they've got their own respectable low-tier cap-weight unit. And the Humble Swordsman can put a lot of work in. And Boris is a nightmare with Blood Roar and Crush the Weak, which does have both of them. He's going to be very good for cracking the Chameleon Skink, or not the Chameleon Skink, just the regular Skink leadership and pushing them off the field. These guys have respectable leadership at 55 for, you know, such a cheap unit. But that can fall apart once you start getting stacking leadership debuffs across the board. Huntsman moving in, shooting at the Skink Skirmishers. They'll do decent damage. It's not like the best target for the Huntsman, but they've got a decent amount of ammo. They'll be able to poke these guys back a little bit, and the Empire Knights will potentially be able to sweep them up very easily. It's a little bit of a rock, paper, scissors. Empire Knights sweep the skirmish for the Lizardmen. Lizardmen's skirmish is pretty effective against the Empire's infantry, as well as their own range tools. And the Spear Riders, excellent against the cavalry, but the Huntsmen, very good in kind against the Coldwind Spear Riders with good focus fire. So, early triple cap for Fish, who does get a respectable ticket lead, but Empire, you know, getting up on the points, maybe going to be able to start capping this up. Or, yeah, Nacho needs to get up on this number 3 especially, which has nothing on it. It's a very wide engagement to take, but we do get Boris landing in here on top of the Skink Skirmishers, breaking their leadership, and then the Coldwind Spear Riders bunch up around him, and the Empire Knights get a countercharge off. Still not the best fight for them, but with the single entity Lord here, providing his leadership debuffs and the melee defense and melee attack debuff, this could end up being a really bad down trade for the Lizards and an otherwise good opportunity for them. Empire Knights charging down red-crested skinks. Beautiful lancing charge right through them with the flagellants in there as well, who are going to be able to lock down the remainder of that red-crested skink unit. Actually not needing to. Empire Knights doing more than enough to be able to crush through those guys. Sigmar's Sons pushing through. Swordsman also buffering out the numbers for the Lizards here. And a Burning Headcaster gets a really nice cast, I would guess, onto the 2 routing skink cohorts here. I've got all the hallmarks of a nice burning head. Lizards on the back foot early. Nacho's doing a very good job of keeping the missiles safe. Takes some nasty damage on the grenade launchers finally. But not before killing a Skink Skirmisher, and probably not before getting at least one more volley off to be able to give the Empire the opportunity to at least scrap in here okay. Well, now that I say that, the Skirmishers, big damage on those poor Outriders, pushing them back. That was a Piercing Bolts of Burning going down. Being used to peel the models off of Boris Todd Bruni, gets a terror route on the Coldwind Spear Riders here. Brutal stuff, and the Empire Knights are going to be able to chase those guys down now. I believe their leadership is broken. Right? Yeah, it is. Damn, dude. And the very tattered Empire Knight getting 2 really good engagements, being able to chase these guys down and just finish them off, leaving the Skinks very vulnerable now. Empire Knights are going to start to take this game over if they're not counteracted in some meaningful way here. We do have another Coldwind Spear Rider coming out. Some Empire Knights charging through all of the Skinks here. Flagellants did take big damage, but they've gotten a little bit of value. Burning Head going down. Not the best cast in the world, but still reasonably effective against all of these Skinks. Going to be lowering the leadership, obviously. We do get the Flock of Doom coming down from Tehenowen. The Coldwind Spear Riders crushing that Empire Knight. Really nice rally here, but another Empire Knight coming in. Maybe going to get a flank charge off. I would honestly commit to this as the Lizards, though. That would be a pretty good engagement for them. Outrider grenade launchers moving across the field. This is a different summon of them, obviously. Huntsmen continuing to poke away, looking to hammer down the Spear Riders. Although turning their attention now to the Javelin cohorts. With the assistance of the Outrider grenade launchers, should be able to clean these guys up pretty quickly. Swordsmen and the remaining Flagellants just fighting off Skink cohorts. Not tremendous value from any of the Empire Swordsmen. A beautiful piercing bolts goes down, hammering those Javelins and the regular Skink cohort there, while the Empire Knights just occupying the attention of the Spear Riders while we get some Huntsman fire coming in. Slowly wearing those guys out. Another really good Flock of Doom coming in from Tehinowen. He's just not providing that much value, though. Boris Todbringer has not done a tremendous amount of work, just in terms of killing stuff. He has gotten some huge terror routes, though, on this side of the field. Number one objective is still very firmly secured by the Empire. They do have some Flagellants in the woods here. The Swordsmen very worn out, but the Sigmar's Sons holding the line valiantly here in the middle. Keeping back some cohort Javelins. Empire Knights rallying up here, should be able to run down these very tattered Skink cohorts. The Huntsmen aren't great in melee combat. With how tattered these guys are, they would still be able to fight them off, I think. Empire Knights running over the Skink cohorts out here. Saurus Spears moving out of the woods. They were fighting it back here for forever against this one lonely spear unit. They did get a win here, but they didn't do that much work. They were occupied in there so long, it's given the Empire plenty of opportunities and time to really be able to lock down two objectives fairly securely. They do have, the Lizards have a little bit of momentum onto the number one here with the Spear Riders and a bunch of Skink cohorts that should be moving up right now. They need to be screaming up onto this point to try and lock it back down. War Wagon advancing up. Little tattered. I think the red-crested Skinks locked horns with it for a minute. They didn't lose any models, though, and they should be able to provide some nice AP against the Spear Riders here. The Huntsmen being used very well. Good value on both of them, paying for themselves. One Huntsman is being run over right now by the very tattered Spear Rider. It's very close to paying for themselves, just not quite there, dude. That cost efficiency game is just something that you have to be super on top of. And I think that Empire grenade launchers coming back in with a little bit of support from some infantry, probably going to be able to clear out the Saurus Spears on the number 3 here. Number 2 still being held by the Empire. They do lose the number 1, but there are more grenade launchers on this side now, hammering down the red-crested Skinks. I don't really know what the red-crested Skinks are intended to be used against in this matchup. I'm a little skeptical of them being used here, personally. I don't think they're a very good unit against the Empire. There's not a lot of heavily armored infantry you're needing to fight. And they're so squishy when it comes to armor and melee defense that Empire Knights charging them down is just going to be an absolute nightmare for these guys. They do have the poison, and the AP is nice if they're able to lock down Knights. That's just going to be a very rare opportunity, though. These Empire Knights getting crushed by the Spear Riders, who are just hanging out, doing what they do best, clearing out heavy cavalry, being a really nasty deterrent for any heavy cavalry hammering down the Skinks. Spearmen doing their best against the Saurus Spears here. Tehinowen does get on top of these grenade launchers. He's starting to do a little bit better. He just still hasn't been super active or had any really high impact moments yet. Boris still clearing out Spear Riders, just continuing to scrap against them. Umbral Tide moving in, gonna be counter-firing against the War Wagons. Absolutely roasting these guys. Brutal damage. These have good armor, but the nice thing about the Umbral Tide is just the number of models they have. And they do still have respectable AP missile damage. Their explosive damage lets them down against infantry, but even against armored single entities and units like War Wagons, the Umbral Tide are still more than enough for being able to clear those guys out with some good focus fire. Skink Skirmishers just getting annihilated out here by the Outrider grenade launchers. Nacho's done a really good job of utilizing those here at the various points they've been coming out onto the field. is going to lose the number 3, but it's going to take a long time for these tattered Saurus Spears into Hinowen to cap that up. Super even on the battlefield right now, but the Royal Altar of Griffites might start to close this game out, depending on if they're able to just keep terror-routing stuff with the assistance of Boris. They're all going to be lowering leadership, thanks to Glorious Charge also imbuing a debuff as if you're getting attacked from the flank, even if you're charging through the front of a unit. Brutal stuff, and the Umbral Tide getting shut down here. Potentially going to get chased off the field if Nacho just keeps the pressure up here. Might not even need to chase them off. It looks like the Royal Altar of Griffites are able to keep pace with the Umbral Tide just enough to be able to bring down the HP on these guys. And did they shatter them? Not quite, but they've only got 9 models left. Burning Head going down. Burning Head casts have been pretty solid. Brutal damage on this Skink cohort. From full to nothing and just 1 good cast. The Piercing Bolts haven't been all that good. I get the idea there. He got 1 good cast when Boris was kind of blobbed up on by the Spear Riders. Outside of that, though, it's kind of whiffed all the other uses. But the Burning Heads have been solid enough, man. This guy is on foot, so Tehenowen could have been bullying this caster a lot earlier, which I think is probably one of the bigger mistakes that Fish has made here. The value is very even. This game is not over. Lizards and Empire, as I said, have plenty of cheap cap weight that they can throw up on the field. Flagellants into Red-Crested Skinks, though, is going to be a big win for Flagellants. They just have slightly better stats. Hopefully the Burning Head doesn't rotate into the Flagellants. That would be pretty brutal. A little bit of friendly fire there. Thankfully, these guys are unbreakable, so it does give the Empire the win here, and they should be able to anchor the number 2. Sigmar's Sons have been out here all freaking game, just scrapping against anything and everything. Boris Todbringer, the Royal Altar of Griffites, fighting against the Colossadon Hunters. Thanks to the addition of the Sigmar's Sons, they do get in here, and they are able to break the leadership of another very expensive Lizardman unit, trying to use the Stop Rampage, but it does not imbue the leadership. You know, a lot of the Lizardmen lords have what's called Cold-Blooded. Tehenowen just has Focused Instincts, though. Cold-Blooded gives 16 leadership to a unit, while this just stops their rampage to the Colossadon Hunters. Unfortunately, not able to hang in there. You can see the second they get outside of the range of Boris, their leadership immediately rallies, which tells you everything you need to know about how good this leadership break combo is. And Nacho just seems very, very well experienced with utilizing Boris as the absolute beast stick that he is. War Wagon's going down here, but they've paid for themselves, and Sword's been securing the number 1. Triple cap coming in for the Empire. They are losing a little momentum on the number 3, but they do have a fresh Flagellant over here who will be able to just lock that down once they get on the point. Outriders pulling back, 1,500 value on them, 300 kills. I can guarantee you every single one of those is just skinks, and you can see how effective it's been. And giving the Empire the time to be able to lock down the points in the late game here. Tehenowen still struggling and trying to find opportunities to fight Boris with those passive heals, and his debuffs blobbing up the Spear Riders, and they're going to get punished hard by this Piercing Bolts of Burning, finally getting a really good cast of it. Brutal damage on those guys, taking about 25% of their HP off. Terror Route coming in. Empire Knights hammering down the remaining Colossadon Hunters. Only a handful of models left on these guys. Doing alright, and Tehenowen finally comes to get this Bright Wizard. He should have been over here a lot earlier, because this guy is on foot, so there's really no way he could have escaped from Tehenowen earlier in the game. And it would have been really nice to get rid of the Fire Magic, which has done pretty respectable work. I mean, 1,400 ain't bad at all for your caster. And Tehenowen himself getting terror-routed by Boris Todbringer here, who has just been an absolute monster. Locking it down, doing what he does best. And the Empire Knights finish up the Umbral Tide here. Going to be able to sweep up the Skink Skirmishers. Skink cohorts fighting reasonably well. Going to get sandwiched by Flagellants here, though, from Nacho. Going to get another win there for the Empire, And the lizards are just so stuffed back now with so few bodies, they're not going to be able to take this game, man. Really dominant win here.
The enemy has slain
Locking
our
down the late game value trading in his favor. Nacho walking away with this one. Fish did really well here, though.
invested.
Just
There's
a
only
couple of different decisions, and I think that the lizards would be the one on top here. Did a good job of clearing the grenade launchers early on. The second summon around, though, of the grenade launchers was very decisive in keeping the skinks in check and giving the Empire the opportunity to develop out their own state troopers to start to really lock down the caps and keep the lizards from being able to like bounce between points or even just to solidify their hold on any one. Killing the Burning Headcaster with Tehinoan would have been nice. Boris was off on the side of the map for so long. In that entire time, I think Tehinoan could have found at least one opportunity to really lock that guy down. And all of the clear, all of the grenade launchers, all of the fire magic added up to being able to deal with this very wide build without either of these pieces, though. If you're able to just keep the Outrider grenade launchers shut down all game, or to kill the Bright Wizard. I don't know if the Empire can deal with this build, though, otherwise. Because if they lose their clear, the Lizards have the superior heavy cavalry, who are just going to be able to outtrade Empire Knights all day. And War Wagons and a cannon are going to be able to do respectable damage to those guys. It's going to take a long time for them to break down this Lizard mobility core. And by that time, you're going to be able to develop out more skinks, and it's just going to be a vicious cycle for the Empire at that point, where you bring out answers for the heavy cav, then you get swarmed by skinks, you bring out answers for the skinks, and then your heavy cavalry is getting worn out just by weight of numbers and by the remaining heavy cav. Umbral Tide come in and can shut down the War Wagons and Outrider grenade launchers. I think that's how the Lizards win this game. I don't really know if you even need to change the build. I think just a little bit of adjustment on the target priority, and that's all you need to be able to win this matchup here. So, Nacho versus Charix in the Grand Finals here. Let me catch up on chat. What's going on here? Not much. So we can just jump right into it. Twilight Forest, we've got just a big, meaty Dowie line. Lots of miners with blasting charges. A decent number of Dwarf Warriors in the front line with some Longbeards. Longbeards are really nice. A little underrated because they have ITP. Which, obviously, against Lizards who have lots of terror-causing monsters, is going to be very impactful. As well as not suffering from any fear-type effects. Which can really mess with the leadership of the other Dwarven units. Quarrelers and a cannon rounding out that build. Couldn't have said it better myself, Tic-Tac-Toe. Oh, whoop. I'm so sorry for interrupting you there. He's coming in here. Flyer Lord, you know, decently fast. He's going to be very good for shutting down any gyro pressure. Not good for much else, though, I would say. He's pretty mediocre otherwise. We've got Flock of Doom and Transformation of Kadan coming in here for Charix. Honestly, kind of odd choices. I would have thought the Heavens Magic would be a little bit better. With Uranus Thunderbolt, as well as Common of Cassandora. But opting for the Manticores and just steady spellcasts with Flock of Doom, appearing to be the preferred option here. Chameleons firing in at the miners over here, microing away very quickly, getting some decent damage with the precursor missiles. Nothing too severe for the miners. But any amount of damage on these guys, they're just not very good in prolonged combats. Them getting worn out and losing any number of models is going to make them a lot less effective when they do get in range to try and hammer down the Saurus as well as the skink cohorts with their actual ammunition here. Malachi poking Tic-Tac-Toe, doing a very good job of it. Should be able to keep them pressed back the entire game. Ancient Salamander moving up. Looking to poke down the Quarreler. We saw some fire coming in from the... excuse me. Saw some fire coming in from the Ancient Salamander on this side of the field. Did get a good shot off on the Quarrelers. Didn't kill any models on them. Chameleon Stalkers rushing down the hills, stuffing back a bunch of dwarves here. And giving the Lizards that triple cap. That's just one of the hallmarks of them in the opening of pretty much any battle. If they go for any kind of like a skirmish core or like mass stalker opening, they're usually going to get, you know, about 150, 200 ticket lead on you early. We do have a lot of Dowie warriors scrapping against the Saurus warrior shields over here. Chameleon Stalker pressure coming around the back though might be able to start shutting down the Iron Drake Trollhammer torpedoes here. Okay, guys. One sec, give me a sec. I gotta clear my voice. This is not gonna work for me if we. Let me make sure that we're actually back in here. I've been jabbing so long. I'm gonna have to go rest up after this one. Chameleon Stalkers moving in, and they're gonna be getting after the Iron Drake Trollhammer torpedoes. Just locking these guys down, even if you don't kill them, Chameleon Stalkers are a really sticky unit now that they've got some additional melee defense. They can be a nightmare to peel off. They could sit back here and lock down that very expensive, high-impact anti-large unit for a long time yet. It might actually be able to kill them. They're doing decent damage to them. More Chameleon Stalkers moving up to the front line. You can see just how clean Sharks is with the micro. It's doing a very good job of swarming the backfield of the Dwarves, which is not really a great position for the Dowie to be in. If their infantry gets circumvented and you're able to just slowly grind down the front line with your, you know, more combat-oriented infantry like the Saurus are, and shut down the Dowie missiles, Dowie are just not going to be able to value trade you off the field at that point, because their units are just not geared for taking head-up engagements. Like, Dwarf Warriors are just there to hold the line. They don't actually do any damage. Longbeards are a little bit more tuned for that, but they're still not going to be able to outgrind Saurus, especially with supporting fire from the Ancient Salamanders. Just clearing models and doing steady and consistent damage to them. We finally get the big hitters coming out. Croxagor's moving in. Ancient Salamander chilling back here. The value trading is very even. Tic-Tac-Toe is really beat up right now, though. So a lot of value is actually tied up against this one single entity. The Lizards should just keep them on the back of the map here. And just keep hounding down the Cannon Crews and the Iron Drakes. And swamping these Quarrelers, and they should be just fine here. Chameleon Stalkers find the Quarreler over here. Lots of armor on the Quarrelers, but there's no peel to get rid of the Chameleon Stalkers, so they should be able to grind those guys down. You can see it's starting to even up for the Lizards here. The Iron Drake Trollhammer torpedoes, even if they're able to rally up here, they've lost half their models. They're also on the literal back edge of the map, and the Lizards still just have a fat advantage on the objectives here. They're probably going to be able to take the number 3 as well. The number 2, they're barely holding on, but they've got some Feral Cold Ones, and they are breaking a lot of the Dwarf Warriors. It's just one miner over here holding the line against these cohort Javelins. And Malachi actually gets isolated with the Ripperdactyls landing on top of him now, going to be ripping into that guy, no pun intended. Poor little guy is honestly just not that good of a lord. I'm not 100% sure why he's the choice here. I think bringing Mikaison's Persuader is intended to heal up the Gyro Bomber if it's getting attacked. But he's got no armor. And you can see here, just being a foot character without any support around him means that the Ripperdactyls just get free value ripping into this poor little guy. He's totally isolated, doesn't have anybody that can come in and try and save his bacon. All of the shooting is way off in the distance. It is being resecured, but in that time, the Lizards have just taken all the points. And they actually have decent numbers everywhere except for the number 1. The Dowie are just not going to be able to get there, though. They're way too slow. If they summoned out a bunch of units right now over here to try and get up on the number 1, you just have to reroute some of your units over there to just completely shut them out. And the Dowie would never actually be able to lock horns on that objective. Chameleon Stalkers continuing the pressure, man. They have not gotten tremendous amounts of value. They have been used very aggressively, though, and they've been, like I said, really sticky and annoying unit that has given the Ancient Salamanders and the Saurus Warriors all the space and time in the world to be able to grind down the front line of the Dwarves. So what's going to happen here? My guess for what happens for the rest of this game, Charx is going to keep throwing tattered units forward to occupy attention, while the Razordons get value by opening fire here. Salamanders keep chipping away. And when Nacho does have enough units to actually be able to contest onto any one point, Charx is just going to be able to use the mobility advantage, as well as the solid number of AP units that are available out here on the field, like these Croxagors, summoning in any more Ripperdactyls he might have, as well as red-crested skinks. And just going to, swarm and overwhelm the front line, and then just push the shooting units right back again. Ripperdactyls taking some shots. The cannon is being resummoned. It did get killed on this side of the field. It's got back in the pool, though, pretty quickly. And is going to be able to provide a little bit of pressure against the Rippers as well as the Razordons. Razordons especially are a great target for cannons because it does a very good job of cleaving through multiple models on these guys. But killing the Rippers might be a little bit of a higher priority just because the Gyro Bombers are going to have to do so much work here. Do they have any more bombs? Not really. They also don't have great value. With Malachi being dead, they're also not going to get any more ammo when they run out on their primary missile here. We got one more Feral Manticore summon coming out, getting on top of the Iron Drakes. I guess that's really where the Skink Priest with the Beast Magic shines. Just being able to summon out a very annoying unit that your opponent has to deal with without really getting any kind of value advantage really has been working out pretty nicely. Dowie Warriors getting crushed here. Oh my god, that was the fattest amount of damage I've ever seen an Ancient Salamander get on one shot. It just took half the HP out of these Slayers. Oh my god. Saurus moving in against the Slayers as well. Another really bad fight for the Dwarves. Slayers can do respectable work, even in an infantry fight, but Saurus are just so meaty, there's no way they're going to be able to grind them down well enough for any kind of Dowie unit to be able to work around them and get up on the points. And Charge just has an iron grasp over these objectives, dude. Not giving the Dwarves any room either. We do get a little momentum on the number 3, but that's about it. Skink Cohort's going to be retreating back to the number 2 here. They could just sit here and fight the Dwarf Warriors. I think Charix is trying to get them to use their ammo, though. By outrunning these guys, going to turn around, fire one more volley off, and then charge into combat would be my guess. Doesn't really need to. The game's pretty much over. This is a very dominant Lizardman build. This is a pretty rough matchup for the Dowie. I'm a little surprised that Nacho got forced onto this one. If I had to guess what happened here, Nacho's Empire got banned. And then whatever their second faction was also really bad against Lizards, maybe even a worse matchup. So the Dowie were the only remaining option here. That would be my guess for the picks and bans phase. And then Charx just executed perfectly. This is how you beat the Dowie, man. Overwhelm their backline early. Even if you don't get tremendous value trades in the backline, if you're able to trade fairly evenly and also just keep their missiles from supporting the front, you can just grind down Dwarf Warriors and Longbeards eventually. Overwhelm them with, units like Ancient Salamanders who can get flank fire in, help wear them out. Saurus Warriors are just really durable infantry that can grind fairly effectively. And by the time the Dowie have rallied, you've got all the points, and then when they recontest, they just don't have the time to be able to even it out. Crazy good stuff here. No singularly tremendous performances from Charix's army. The Skink Priest did get about 500 value with Flock of Doom, and then I would say the Manticore summons, they probably got 200 or 300 each. So this guy really got about 1,000 value, which is pretty respectable for a caster that costs how much? Like 500 gold. These dudes are cheap as hell. They're super inexpensive. Saurus, again, not super super admirable. Skink cohorts were much better, and the Chameleon Stalkers actually did do pretty decent. There's 600 gold, so the fact that they all got around 500 or so is pretty decent. And the Ripperdactyls were really nice. Just killing Malachi was the big difference in that game also. Dowie have good leadership, but no faction that loses their lord without holding on to a majority of points is going to be in a winning position. I think you gotta forego Slayers here. I don't know if you want to bring this many, at least. And I think the Iron Drake Trollhammers need to be in the starting army. Summoning them out as your reinforcements, I think, loses you a lot of momentum that you can't afford to give up. I liked the Longbeards. You can just cut all these Dwarf Warriors. Cut the Dwarf Warriors for the cost of all of that. You can get 2 Iron Drakes in the starting army. The Miners with blasting charges are fine. You can do your Longbeards. I do really like them. They did respectable damage as well. Despite being isolated in the front line, they actually ground out a lot more value than the Dwarf Warriors were able to get. These guys are 450, Longbeards are 700. On a per-cost basis, I would say the Longbeards kind of won out here. They actually had a unit get its value in exchange. All the other ones were fine. It's these Slayers that let down the side. Iron Drakes were just pushed back all game. Gyro Bomber was respectable. And the Skyhammer Squadron never came out. That would have been cool to see. The Pawhawk Sentinels as well. GG's, man. Really, really GG's. Yeah, I'm sacrificing it hardcore, dude. It's starting to sound like a 30-year smoker, which is very funny. I had a lot of family that used to smoke all the time. It never appealed to me. I don't know about Malachi without a barge. It's a really tough matchup, dude. I mean, Dowie, if they aren't able to rally up enough skink clear, tend to just kind of fall apart. Honestly, an organ gun would be a really interesting unit to bring out as well. Because they're very, very decently ranged. I think organ guns have 300 range, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 300 range. They've got really decent reload time as well. 12 seconds for every shot, as opposed to 22 for a cannon. If you want an artillery piece with some serious punching power, I think this is your option. Your best option against the lizards, at least. I'd be interested to see what a flame cannon can do to clear out skinks, but I don't know. You don't want to go too hard on the artillery as the Dowie. I think you could do 2. And then you could bring Malachi and keep him in the middle of his artillery, and you give extra range, which is awesome. You can give the reload skill and accuracy as well. You don't really need Malachi or Makaison's Persuader. I just don't see you being able to use this, even on the Gyro Bombers. It's not going to do enough for you. Malachi is still kind of expensive. Demon Slayer, probably not a good idea. Probably just Belagar, dude. Just, like, cut everything on Belagar. Bring him for 900 gold. and just throw him up to eat damage and just be annoying. He's got a lot of HP. He's got 5,900, which is way better than just about every other Dowie Lord. Grombrindle's the other option. If you think you might be able to fight some big monsters. He's got Flash Bomb as well, which can be disruptive. But again, he's way more of an investment. Ongrim's cool. I just love this dude for his survivability and tankiness. Cannot go wrong with Barebones Bellegarde, dude. I'm telling you. You do the Longbeards, you can do the blasting charges. You got plenty of money to stick your Iron Drakes in now. You got 400 gold left. If you cut this guy. You get 2 Quarrelers. I like that. It honestly doesn't look too bad. You could maybe even, honestly, maybe you could do something like this. Instead of bringing the Longbeards for holding power, you can bring some Longbeard Great Weapons to try and clear Saurus a little bit in the front line. Because Chameleon Skink Fire, or not Chameleon Skink, Chameleon Stalkers, as well as Skink Skirmishers and Cohorts are going to have a hard time killing the Longbeards with their 100 armor. They'll be able to poke through them since they don't have shields, but the thing is, these guys are only 50 gold more than Longbeards, and they're just going to do more damage to Saurus, which is really where you want them, is up on points fighting against the infantry. And Longbeards, despite having the silver shields, which is going to make him a little more resilient against the skirmisher fire, this shield does nothing against ancient salamanders. So the Longbeards just have more of an opportunity to uptrade, I think. It's something to think about. I don't actually know if it would be any good. It's just a possibility that might be worth exploring in the future. You got 1,000 gold, some more Dowie Great Weapons or something, or a couple Dowie Warriors. Another thing about miners with blasting charges, maybe you don't want that many of them in your opening. They do good damage to skinks, yeah, but Charx did a very good job of shutting the blasting charges down without taking a lot of damage from them. He did a very good job of kiting them out. You can kite out blasting charges with infantry as long as they're quick enough. Like, if they've got around, like, 38 foot speed or more, and trust me, lizard infantry, the skinks have way more than that. I think they've got 46. What the hell are the lizards? Going cross-eyed looking at the screen. There we go. Yeah, they got 48 foot speed on the stalkers, and the standard skink cohort with the 46 foot speed easily going to be able to, like, run out of range of the miners. And the miners, what they do, if you throw your blasting charge volley and your opponent is geared up for trying to kite away from it, they throw their blasting charges and they just, like, miss, and they hit, like, the edge of the enemy's infantry unit and don't do that much damage. And I think you just need more raw firepower against the lizards. I honestly wouldn't hate to see some Thunderers, truth be told. Maybe even over the Iron Drakes. Like, just a mass Thunderer build. Because these guys, they shoot... They're not the fastest firing unit in the world, but with 4 of them, with organ guns backing them up, and some Longbeards, a few blasting charges, and Dwarf Warriors kind of covering for them, you have plenty of self-peel in terms of firepower here, and you can pummel Saurus. You can shoot stuff out of the sky pretty easily. Lizards just aren't going to bring that many big monsters either for the Iron Drakes to really perform against. The Trollhammer torpedoes are okay doubling up against infantry, but I think the Thunderers would be a little bit better at it. I mean, the Gyro Bombers, not a bad idea. I don't think you need the Skyhammer Squadron, though. They do a little extra damage with their bombs, but that's about it. I mean, you can see the difference. Not that significant as an ROR for 250 more gold. Their bombs just hit that little bit extra harder. I still think the regular ones are going to be a little bit more attuned to getting their value back, though. And just do 2 Slayers. You don't want to go overboard on them. Maybe you could just do a Slayer and a Giant Slayer. Maybe just 2 Giant Slayers. Honestly, I think it might be worth paying for these guys. You can get 1 bomber. Don't need the steam guns. And you can do Ekron's Miners, another blasting charge in reserve, I guess, if you really want 4 of them. Ekron's Miners are nice because they get extra blasting charge volleys. So really, they're like 3 miners in 1. It's because this is where miners get their value anyways. And these guys actually have respectable melee attack with Frenzy. Good leadership. They can actually do damage in melee combat. Regular blasting charges are absolute garbo, but the Ekron's Miners are way better for their price. This is an ROR that's worth bringing. This is all the hallmarks of a superior variant, because they've got an additional passive ability that synergizes really well with the better stats, so they actually, like I said, can do damage with their decent AP weapon strength. They've got extra ammo. Just the extra ammo alone, I would say, gives them plenty of opportunity cost over a regular miner. But adding in the extra passive ability pushes them into just, like, damn good territory. What else could you do? Ranger great weapons? I don't think so. Probably just some Quarrelers in reserve. Well, I guess you could do Rangers for the Vanguard. I think that would be a little bit better for you. They're okay. They can push in. Grim Delvers are always something to keep in the back of your mind. Maybe not super good in this matchup. They're very short range, is the issue. Lizards have quick enough units that they can easily close on blunderbusses, generally speaking. What else? What else do we want here? I don't think you need the gyrocopters. I think they're a trap. Lizards have plenty of answers for them. Charks didn't have a ton, but still had enough to be able to shut down like 2 or 3 of these things. So just having 1 gyro bomber to like go around, drop bombs, draw aggro, and pull your opponent into your shooting, I think it'd be pretty nice bait. And just experiment with the last 3,300, dude. Actually, really do think Giant Slayers could be really nice here. There's potential that they downtrade horribly, but having the good AP, even without taking the bonus versus large into consideration, they can be a really good backline sweeper for you, which is where I think that Slayers in general are best used. They're very bad if they have to overextend past the front line. And oftentimes, since they're coming in reserve, what happens with Slayers is they become the frontline units that you have. So they push past all of their Rangers and the firepower, and they end up in positions where their 0 armor just gets hard punished by like mass skirmish fire. So you want to try and avoid that as much as possible. If you can keep these guys back and just sweep up any units that are trying to like collapse in your missiles, I think they could be a very nice value trade piece for you. They've got a lot of HP, which I think makes up for the lack of a shield. The shield is not that impactful anyways. You know, it's only 30%. I'd take the extra AP and HP and slightly stronger stats here in exchange. Any day of the week, I think. Doomseekers, they're really strong. Again, though, very vulnerable to the skink fire. They've got a lot fewer models in their units. So they can get surrounded and just dragged down by chaff. I've got a decent amount of experience playing this from the Lizardman side, which is why I feel like fairly confident in being able to speak on this. I think the Grumbling Guard's a pretty good underrated unit. And you just need the numbers of melee troops to be able to scrap the Lizardmen, because the Lizards are not going to win against you if they control the air, because the Ripperdactyls are very squishy. As long as you're not getting, as long as you're not losing all your objectives and you're able to, like, scrap on them and just keep pulling the Lizardman's aggro towards your back line and just killing it as it's flying in and not getting overwhelmed, I think that's how you're going to be able to take this matchup on a regular basis. If you keep overextending into them, you lose. If they get into your backline and kill your shooting, you lose. If they get into your backline, push your backline away, and kill all of your melee infantry, you lose. There's a very narrow avenue to victory for the Dowie in this matchup, I think. You're going to have to really, like, skew hard into the particulars. How do Longbeards trade versus Red-Crested Skinks? I actually don't think that's a terrible fight for them. So the thing about the Longbeards is they've got really strong melee defense. Unless the Red-Crested Skinks are getting buffs, they should do fairly well. We can just do a quick land battle and do a big old one-on-one. There's Battle for it, so let me make sure that the things are tuned up. This is going to be the last thing I do before I go. Just get a bunch of Red-Crested Skinks. We'll get the Skink Chief. We'll just have him run in. Just a ton of Longbeards with a Belgar and nothing on them. There we go. Red-Crested Skinks do have good AP, and they've got respectable melee attack when their Frenzy is active. But they're very vulnerable to shooting. They are so squishy, dude. I've actually found Red-Crested Skinks to be kind of mediocre against the Dowie. The cohort of Sotek is much better than the standard variant, because that one's unbreakable, and has an ability that you can imbue Cannot Die on the models. Regular Red-Crested Skinks can just get folded up before they get into combat. They get wrecked by blasting charges, and I'm a little skeptical as to whether they can even beat a Longbeard to begin with. Just for the edification, we're going to be finding out here. Well, they are much less expensive. They're 525 gold as opposed to 700 for the Dowie, obviously. Yeah, these guys still have their stats all normal. They'll win on the charge, since the, Longbeards, they don't quite have the same charge bonus. So it's going to be pretty even early. But I imagine that's what is going to happen is the Longbeards, once that charge bonus for the Red-Crested Skinks wears off, they're just going to start to really run these guys over. There's a little bit of piling in here. That's not too big of a deal for the determination of how this is actually going to go in a real battle. It's not like it makes that big of a difference. Yeah, I mean, the Skink lines are really starting to fumble. They're faltering pretty horribly. Like I said, that charge bonus is really where they do well. After that's worn off, not a lot they can do. We'll even send another one in here just to see. Try and collapse in here. Yeah, don't rampage, you guys. Okay, there you go. I mean, that actually went pretty well. That head-up charge on that very tattered Longbeard was pretty nice. I don't know. The Longbeards are still holding up fairly well. Maybe it's not great for the Dowie. That can be one way you can work around those Longbeards then. They scrapped pretty evenly, though. It's still not going great for you. And the Dowie are going to have a bunch of firepower backing all this up as well, remember. And like I said, these dudes, they have, like, nothing to protect them. They've got 30 armor, which is terrible, and they only get this physical resistance when Primal Instincts procs. Get off of Belagar here, and we'll get a rear charge. I don't know, man. I would say it's pretty favorable for the Dowie. I mean, just in the one-on-one, it still looks fairly even. And against the Saurus, you saw the Longbeards holding pretty well there in addition. And these guys with the ITP, of course, going to be very good if there are any big monsters in the field, too. Only one of the Red Crested's doing very well. It's not perfect. Not like the ideal showcase of the one-on-one. I think, though, from what I'm seeing there, Longbeards look pretty respectable, no matter what. Alright. Yeah, perfect. Decently long stream today. I wish I could have done a little better in the tournament, but considering how rusty I am and unfamiliar I am with the meta at this point, just from not having played in any tournaments in a few weeks, 2-2 is pretty respectable. And I beat Ulrich, and Ulrich has been a player who has baffled my play style for a long time, so I'm going to take it as a win that I was able to get a win there. It wasn't a pretty highly favorable matchup, so I'm not going to take it too much ego away from it. He played it really, really well. Thanks for tuning in, guys. I'll be catching y'all again sometime soon. Maybe later, maybe late tomorrow. I've got some stuff I'm doing during the day. And I do have a very important announcement. There's going to be a streamer tournament on May 3rd. I am going to be playing in it. It's going to be Conquest and Domination mode. I'm doing absolutely no preparation for it, so come watch me get my ass kicked there. It's going to be fun. It's going to be really fun. So, peace out, guys. I'll do another little post where I throw it up. Throw up the tournament details. And I'll see y'all around until then. GG's, peace, and take care, guys.